Hello everybody, Ami Sensei here with What If I Was Reborn as an Original Vampire with a Mark of CAIN? Part 4. If you enjoy this content, please smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it. The shadows in Mystic Falls danced like eager children as Tadia watched through them, her hand intertwined with Valis. From their vantage point, they observed their pawns scrambling with their desperate potion. But Tadia's attention kept drawing back to Catherine, to the way her scar pulsed in rhythm with Vala's mark, to how beautifully broken she'd become over the centuries. "My love," Tadia began, her voice carrying an almost playful note. "I've been thinking about Katerina." Vala turned to her, curiosity in his black eyes. "Oh, look at her." Tadia gestured through the shadows at Catherine's kneeling form. "How beautifully broken she's become. How perfectly she understands her place." Her smile sharpened. "Wouldn't she make a perfect addition to our private collection? In a more intimate fashion, I mean." As a concubine, Valley asked, genuine surprise coloring his voice. "You've never wanted to share before." "Share?" Tadia laughed. Beautifully. Yet should those unloved by her hear it, it would sound like breaking glass. "My darling, she's not someone to share. She's a piece of me. A broken echo that needs to come home." She turned in his arms, her eyes gleaming with possession. "Think of it. While the others are preserved in their perfect moments, we could keep Katerina as our perfect toy. A doll that knows it's a doll, that understands its purpose." Vala studied his wife's face, seeing the possessive gleam in her eyes. After 1,000 years, she could still surprise him. "You never cease to amaze me," he said softly, genuine appreciation in his voice. "Most would see this as sharing their beloved. You see it as collecting what's mine." Tadia finished, her smile all teeth. "She's worn my face for 500 years, played our game so beautifully. And now look at her dash." She gestured to Catherine through the shadows. "Touching your mark, yearning for completion. She doesn't even realize she's yearning for me too. For the original she's merely echoed all these years." Through the shadows, they watched as Catherine shivered, her scar pulsing brighter as if sensing their discussion of her fate. "The others will be preserved in crystal," Tadia continued, her voice carrying dark excitement. "Elena with Stefan, frozen in their pure love. Alexander as your mirror, preserved in understanding. But Katerina," her eyes gleamed, "she could be our perfect broken doll. Not just preserved, but kept, used, played with." "You've given this quite a bit of thought," Valley observed, fascination evident in his tone. "Of course I have." Tadia's laugh was gentle but sharp. "She's the only one of my echoes who truly understands the game. The only one broken enough to appreciate what we offer." She pressed closer to Valley, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Imagine having her kneel at our feet, perfectly aware that she's just a toy, just a broken reflection of me, and loving every moment of it." "A beautiful vision," Valis said, his fingers tracing Tadia's jaw. "Though you understand, of course, she may be our toy, but she'll never touch you. That privilege remains mine alone." Tadia's smile widened, a pleased gleam in her eyes. Even in granting her this possession, he was still protecting what was his. "Of course, my love. She's a doll to be displayed, not a replacement to be used. Let her watch, let her yearn, let her understand exactly what she is, a mere echo of what you already possess. My possessive queen." Vala's voice carried dark amusement, making even sharing into another form of ownership. "It's not sharing if you're just collecting pieces of yourself," Tadia reiterated, watching Catherine through the shadows. "Besides, keeping her like this, letting her serve without ever touching me. Only touched by you, played with, it makes the game so much sweeter, doesn't it?" Catherine shivered again, the scar on her neck burning brighter, as if her very essence recognized what was being planned for her. "She feels it," Tadia observed with satisfaction. "She doesn't understand yet, but she feels it. The pull toward completion, toward her true purpose." In the boarding house, Catherine felt it again. That pull, that burning in her scar that meant they were watching, thinking about her, planning for her. She barely heard the others discussing the potion, its supposed power to save them. Her attention was consumed by the sensation of being observed, of being considered. The scar pulsed with each heartbeat, sending waves of something between pleasure and terror through her body. They were talking about her. She knew it with the same certainty that she knew her name, though even that felt less real now than the mark on her neck. Whatever they were discussing, whatever they were planning, it was more than just the ritual, more than just preservation in crystal. Something deeper called to her. Not just Vala's power, not just the mark's claim, but something else. Something that felt like coming home. Catherine, Elena's voice barely registered. Are you even listening? They're watching, Catherine whispered, her fingers tracing the scar. They are deciding. Deciding what? Stefan asked, but Catherine just smiled, that terrible knowing smile that meant she understood something they couldn't comprehend. My purpose, she breathed, though she didn't yet know what that purpose was. Only that it felt right, inevitable, like everything she'd been running toward while thinking she was running away. The scar burned brighter, and Catherine could almost hear them, not their words, but their intent. Like music played just below the threshold of hearing, like a dream half remembered upon waking. You're enjoying this, Damon accused, watching her shiver with what looked like pleasure. You're actually enjoying being his puppet. Puppet? Catherine laughed softly, her eyes distant, uncaring of Damon's scorn. No, it's something more. She touched her scar again, feeling their attention like a physical thing. Her feelings twisted inside her. That familiar, bitter hatred for Tadia, the original doppelganger who had everything Catherine had spent centuries running from, mixed with something else. Something that felt terribly like longing. She hated Tadia, hated her perfection, her position, her power, hated how she stood beside Vala, not as a puppet or a toy, but as a queen. And yet there was something else. A desperate need to please her, to earn her approval, to be worthy of being her echo. Katerina, Elijah's voice cut through her reverie, sharp with concern. Focus. The potion dash won't work, she finished, but her voice held no fear now, only a confused anticipation. Nothing works against his will, against their will. I only took it in on a whim. Her hand continued to feel her scar, sense it pulse with their attention. They have something else planned for me. Something. She shivered again, pleasure and terror and hatred and love mixing as understanding began to dawn. Not crystal, not preservation, but purpose. My queen, she whispered, the words tasting like poison and honey on her tongue. Hating her, loving her, needing her approval, all at once, all-consuming. Something's happening to her, Elena observed, watching Catherine shiver with each pulse of her scar. The mark dash is singing, Catherine finished, her voice distant. As I said, they're planning something for me. Not crystal, not preservation. Something. She laughed softly, the sound caught between bitter and yearning. Something more intimate. They're going to preserve us all in crystal, Elena said in retort, her voice tight with fear. Like Klaus and Rebecca and Dash. Not all of us, Catherine interrupted, the words spilling out before she could stop them. Not me. They have something else planned. What do you mean? Elijah asked sharply, but Catherine just smiled, that terrible knowing smile that mixed hatred and yearning in equal measure. Ask your queen, she whispered, then laughed at how natural those words felt on her tongue. Ask the original I've spent centuries trying to outrun, only to find myself running straight to him all along. The sound of her neck snapping cut through the room like a thunderclap. Catherine's body crumpled as Elijah lowered his hands, his expression hard. She was becoming a distraction, he stated simply, adjusting his cuffs. We need to focus on the potion, on our plan, not on her lovesick ramblings about Valley. Elena flinched at the casual violence, but Stefan nodded grimly. He's right. Catherine's too far gone. She's more their creature than ours now. She'll wake up soon enough, Elijah continued, stepping over her body. But for now, Dash, he never finished the sentence. The shadows in the room suddenly went completely still. Not darkening or shifting, just stopping, as if they were even surprised by this interruption. Then Catherine's scar began to pulse, brighter and brighter, even with her temporarily dead. The crimson light spread through her veins like a roadmap, making her look almost crystalline. Elijah, Bonnie's voice shook slightly as she watched the light spread. I don't think that was a good idea. The shadows finally moved again, but differently now, more deliberate, more focused. Everyone in the room felt it. That sudden shift from being watched with amusement to being watched with annoyance. The mirror shattered. All of them simultaneously. Not violently, not explosively. They simply ceased to be whole. The fragments hung, suspended in the air for a moment before dissolving into shadow. Elijah, Vala's voice came from behind them, perfectly ordinary and final. I don't appreciate you harming my toys. They turned to find him standing there, as casual as if he'd been invited for tea. Especially not this one, he continued, his eyes falling to Catherine's still form, the crimson light still pulsing through her veins. Tadia has such interesting plans for her. Elijah straightened his jacket, a nervous tell he'd never quite eliminated. Brother, I was trying to maintain focus on your desperate little plan. Yes, I know. Vala's smile showed too many teeth. But you see, Katerina isn't yours to discipline anymore. Hasn't been for 500 years, really, but I suppose you needed this reminder. The room held its breath as Vala knelt beside Catherine's body, his fingers brushing her scar with something almost like tenderness. How are you even in here? Stefan demanded, stepping in front of Elena. You haven't been invited, haven't I? Valley asked mildly, his eyes meeting Stefan's with something like amusement. The look held weight, as if referring to something Stefan should remember, but couldn't quite grasp. That's impossible, Damon cut in. We transferred ownership to Elena months ago. Any previous invitations would have been voided. For ordinary vampires, yes, Valley replied, his attention still on Catherine's form. But I'm not ordinary, am I? I'm the king. His smile was almost gentle. A single invitation lasts forever. After all, Vala continued, his fingers still tracing Catherine's scar. How can a house refuse entry to the one who rules virtually all vampiric essence? The casual way he stated this fundamental truth somehow made it more terrifying than any display of power could have been. This wasn't a boast or a threat. It was simply how things were. Catherine's body suddenly jerked, her eyes flying open as she gasped back to consciousness. Her gaze immediately found Valley, and the scar on her neck blazed brighter. My king, she breathed, then paused, feeling something else through the mark. A presence watching through the shadows. My queen, she's quite upset about this little interruption. Valley informed her conversationally, helping her sit up. Though I suppose we should thank Elijah. His impulsive action has moved our timeline up slightly. Timeline? Elena asked, though she immediately regretted drawing attention to herself. Valley hummed in agreement, his black eyes never leaving Catherine. Tadia had such lovely plans for revealing your purpose gradually, Katerina. But now, his smile showed too many teeth. Now I suppose we'll have to accelerate things. But that's for after the ritual, Valley said, rising smoothly to his feet. Which, thanks to this little display of defiance, we'll be starting preparations for now. I find my mood is no longer generous enough to allow you your promised breaks. But you said until moonrise Caroline started to protest. I did. Vala cut her off, his voice perfectly pleasant. And now I'm saying differently. His smile was gentle, which somehow made his next words more terrible. You seem to have forgotten something rather important. Every moment of joy you've ever experienced, every peace you've ever known, has only ever been because of my generosity. The truth of it, knowing his capability settled over them much like physical weight. After all, he continued, helping Catherine to her feet with casual possessiveness. Did you think it was coincidence that Elena found Stefan? That he saved you from that car crash? Let me tell you it wasn't. I may not have manipulated every detail, at least made sure your lives were free of any difficulty, but I most definitely did not allow you doppelgangers to die before your time. My parents' car crash. Elena's voice shook with sudden fury. Did you cause it? Did you kill them just to make sure Stefan and I would meet? No, Valley replied simply, his tone almost offended at the suggestion. That was simply tragedy, one I worked around, not one I created. His casual dismissal of her parents' death somehow made it worse than if he had been responsible. It was meaningless loss that he had simply utilized. You see, He continued, his fingers absently tracing Catherine's scar. There's an art to manipulation. Sometimes it's about causing events, yes, but more often, his smile was almost educational. It's about using what naturally occurs, about guiding rather than forcing. The room fell silent as they processed this, how even their tragedies had been turned to his purpose, not through grand machinations, but through careful opportunism. It was somehow more terrible than outright control. Now, he said, his voice carrying finality, shall we begin preparations for the ritual? I find my patience wearing quite thin after this unpleasantness. The moon rose blood-red over Mystic Falls, casting crimson shadows across the ritual site. Valley had chosen the old cemetery, where it all began, where the Mikaelsons first transformed, where nature's balance first cracked. For circles of power marked the cardinal points, each containing a doppelganger. Elena to the north, Catherine to the east, Alexander to the south, Tom Avery compelled to the west. The ground beneath them pulsed with ancient symbols written in blood that seemed to move of its own accord. Beautiful, Tadia observed from her position beside Valley, but incomplete. Her smile was sharp as she turned to the gathered witnesses. We're missing some rather important pieces, aren't we, my love? Indeed. Vala's voice was almost gentle as his gaze fell on Bonnie, Tyler, and Caroline. A Bennett witch, a werewolf, and a vampire. Did you think you were merely here to watch? The shock on their faces made Catherine laugh. That terrible, knowing laugh. Oh, did you forget? Were you all so focused on protecting precious Elena that you forgot the ritual's other requirements? Her smile was cruel with understanding. Did you think you were exceptions? That he would need you too? The color drained from Caroline's face as understanding dawned. But the potion. There wasn't enough. We didn't. Take it. Catherine's laugh was sharp with hysteria. Because you were too busy trying to save Elena? Too caught up in your little resistance to remember your own parts in his design? No. Bonnie stepped back, her magic rising instinctively. You can't dash, can't? Vala's voice was almost kind. My dear Miss Bennett, everything that has happened, every choice, every moment of defiance has led to exactly this. Your grandmother's death, your awakening to power. Did you think those were accidents? Tyler snarled, his eyes flashing gold. We won't let you dash, let. Tadia's smile was beautiful and terrible. You still think in terms of permission? Of choice? She gestured to the circles where the doppelgangers waited. Look how perfectly you've arranged yourselves. The loyal witch, the protective vampire, the defiant wolf. Each playing your parts exactly as designed. You had your chance at the potion, Catherine added, her voice dreamy with understanding. But you were too focused on saving others to save yourselves. How perfectly tragic. Wait, Stefan spoke out as he stepped forward, his voice steady despite his fear. Do you have anything of importance to contribute, Mr. Salvatore? Vala questioned. Stefan took a deep breath, steeling himself, as he gained a determined look upon his face. Make a deal with me. Vala paused, something like amusement flickering in his eyes. And why would I do that? Because I've been thinking about what you said earlier, Stefan replied, his mind racing through the implications. About already having permission to enter our home. About the way you looked at me when you said it. He took a deep breath. It was me, wasn't it? I invited you in, but I don't remember it, which means... Vala's smile showed too many teeth. You've compelled me before. We've met before, and you made me forget. Stefan's voice grew stronger with certainty. The question is when? And why make me forget if everything goes according to your plans anyway? Catherine's laugh cut through the tension. Oh, he's cleverer than I gave him credit for. Finally asking the right questions. At Vala's silence towards his question, Stefan hesitated, but continued with quiet determination. I don't know what I was to you. What made you ensure you had access to our home? But if it meant anything at all... Vala's smile held something almost like nostalgia. You know, I did enjoy our time together back then. The Ripper of Monterey. Now, how was a Stefan worth knowing? His black eyes gleamed with memories. That Stefan understood what it meant to turn destruction into art. To make death beautiful. But that's not you anymore, is it? Valley continued, his voice carrying something like disappointment. This version of you, with all your restraint, your nobility, you're just a shadow of what you were. What you could be. I was a monster then, Stefan countered, though something in his voice wavered. Yes. Vala's smile was almost gentle. You were honest. Ure. Every kill a masterpiece. Every death a celebration of what you truly are. He moved closer, his presence making the air itself feel heavy. The Stefan I knew didn't hide from his nature. He embraced it, refined it, turned it into something magnificent. But now, Valley gestured dismissively. Now you pretend. Play at being the noble brother, the good vampire, as if denying your true nature somehow makes you better. His eyes held Stefan's. So no, your deal means nothing to me, because you're not the Stefan who earned that consideration. The mark pulsed, and suddenly Bonnie, Caroline, and Tyler found themselves pulled into position. 3 new circles forming a triangle around the doppelgangers. Now, Vala's voice carried finality. Shall we begin? The moon reaches its apex, and we have a ritual to complete. Wait, Stefan vanished in a blur of vampire speed, returning moments later with a young woman, clearly compelled by her vacant expression. What if you could have that Stefan back? Vala's eyebrow raised slightly, genuine interest flickering in his eyes. Go on. If I become that monster again, the Ripper, the monster you knew, would you make a deal then? Ensure they come back after the ritual? Bonnie, Caroline, Tyler, everyone, would you consider a trade? My soul, the Ripper's soul, for all of theirs. The Ripper was magnificent, Valley acknowledged, but worth 7 powerful souls? I think not. But I'm not just the Ripper, Stefan countered, desperation lending him courage. I'm a doppelganger who's awakened Silas's abilities. His power runs through my blood. His voice steadied. I'm offering complete servitude. The Ripper, unleashed and loyal only to you. Stefan, no. Elena's voice cracked with horror. You can't dash. I'm sorry, Elena. Stefan's voice was soft but determined. I can't risk your souls on chance. Not when I can make sure. Vala studied Stefan for a long moment, his eyes unreadable. Show me, he finally said. Show me your sincerity, and I'll consider your offer. Stefan didn't hesitate. His fangs sank into the woman's throat, and this time, there was no restraint, no nobility. Just pure, perfect savagery. Blood ran down Stefan's chin as he drained the woman, his movements becoming more savage, more artistic with each passing moment. This wasn't feeding, it was performance, a display of what he could become. Better, Valley observed, genuine appreciation in his voice. But one kill doesn't make a Ripper. One moment of savagery doesn't prove dash. Stefan dropped the woman's corpse and vanished again. Seconds later, he returned with 2 more compelled victims. Then let me prove it, he said, his eyes already darkening with bloodlust. Let me show you exactly what I can be. Catherine laughed softly from her circle. Oh, now this is the Stefan I remember. The one who made screams into music. Stefan, please, Elena begged, but her voice faltered as she watched him tear into the second victim's throat. Interesting, Vala mused as Stefan moved to his 3rd victim. You'd really damn yourself to save them? Become the very monster you've spent decades running from? For her, Stefan said between victims, I'd become anything, even this. His eyes met Elena's, carrying both apology and determination. I spent so long trying to be worthy of you by being good, but maybe being a monster for you is worth more. The 3rd victim fell, and Stefan stood straighter, the Ripper fully awakened in his eyes. Blood covered his shirt, his hands, his face, but there was an elegance to it now, a terrible artistry that made everyone save the truly mighty shiver with fear. Now that, Vala's voice carried genuine pleasure, is the Stefan I remember, the Stefan that I admired. He moved closer, the mark pulsing with interest. But are you sure? Once this deal is made, there's no going back. No more pretending at nobility. No more playing the good brother. For Elena, Stefan replied, his voice steady despite the blood on his lips. For all of them, I'll be your perfect monster, your loyal Ripper, my king. Stefan said, dropping to one knee, blood still dripping from his chin. The gesture carried no hesitation, no reservation, just pure submission from the monster he'd tried so long to cage. Just promise they'll return. Promise their souls will be their own. The mark pulsed with approval as Valley studied his kneeling form. Now that, he said softly, is what I've been waiting to see. The moment you finally stop pretending to be something you're not. Stefan, please. Elena's voice cracked with desperation. You don't have to do this. We can find another way, Dash. There is no other way. Catherine cut in, her voice dreamy with understanding. He's choosing the beautiful truth over the noble lie. Finally embracing what he really is. Very well. Vala's voice carried the weight of ancient power. 6 souls in exchange for your own, my Ripper. His eyes gleamed. Now rise, you have a ritual to witness. 6 souls? Questioned Stefan, head still lowered, fearing that if he is disrespectful about his question, all will have been for naught. 6 souls, Vala confirmed, his hand moving possessively toward Catherine's circle. Katerina is already mine. Has been for centuries, whether she was running or not. Stefan looked up for a moment, his eyes finding Catherine. He saw it then. The reverent way she leaned toward Vala, even from within her circle, the peaceful acceptance on her face. This was an imprisonment for her. It was coming home. 6 souls then, Stefan nodded, for my eternal service. Such a noble monster, Tadia observed with amusement, trading his soul for theirs. Though I wonder, her smile sharpened, if he truly understands what eternal service to you means, my love. The moon has reached its apex, Valley announced, his voice carrying power that made the world itself shiver. Let us begin what was set in motion a millennium ago. The mark blazed crimson, and the circles containing the sacrifices began to pulse with answering light. Catherine's scar burned brighter than ever, her expression one of ecstatic anticipation. Wait, Elena tried one last time. Stefan Dash, it's done, Elena, Stefan replied softly, still kneeling in his victim's blood. The deal is made. Let be. Vala moved with ceremonial grace, approaching each circle. The mark pulsed with ancient hunger as he began. Tom Avery first, mercifully unaware in his compelled state. Then Alexander, his doppelganger's blood carrying echoes of his own power. Caroline's vampire essence sang as he drained her, while Tyler's wolf blood burned with primal force. Bonnie's magic-infused blood crackled with power as he took her life. Catherine offered her throat willingly, ecstasy on her face as her king claimed her blood. Thank you, she whispered as darkness took her. Finally, he stood before Elena. You know, he said almost gently, I should thank you. Your love inspired such a beautiful sacrifice. He gestured to Stefan's kneeling form. The return of my perfect Ripper. Elena looked past Valley to Stefan, blood-covered, broken, yet somehow hopeful as he knelt in his victim's blood. Tears gleamed in her eyes as she turned back to Valley, her voice steady despite her fear. Go to hell. Elena's blood was the last piece. As her body fell, Vala drew the first blade, its ancient power humming in harmony with the mark. The blade seemed to drink in the moonlight, its edge promising death even to that which could not die. Without hesitation, he drove it toward his own heart, the final sacrifice needed to complete what was begun a millennium ago. The blade met flesh, and crimson light exploded from the mark. But before it could sink to its fatal depth, Elijah appeared like a shadow given form, his hands wrapping around Vala's own on the blade's hilt. For our family, Elijah's voice carried the weight of centuries, of every sibling he believed lost to Vala's madness. For Rebecca, for Cole, for Niklaus, for every soul you've stolen from us. Michael's voice rose in the darkness, calling to their hidden witches. Dozens emerged from the shadows, their power already weaving the spell that would bind the king of vampires forever. But Vala's eyes, black as the spaces between stars, found Elijah's. His voice, when it came, wasn't human anymore. Remember, one word, just one, but it shattered the compulsion that had held Elijah for a near on a century. Memories crashed through him like a tidal wave. His hands still gripped Vala's around the blade, still pushed it deeper, but his eyes held dawning horror as understanding replaced false memory. With a roar that shook the cemetery, Elijah turned from his brother's falling form. He moved like death itself through the gathered witches, each kill more savage than the last. Their blood painted the moonlit air as their binding spell died with their screams. Michael could only watch as his son, the one he thought most loyal to their cause, tore their carefully laid plan to pieces, along with every witch who'd helped construct it. The witch's screams echoed through the cemetery as Elijah's fury unleashed itself. Each death was precise, elegant. The noble brother's control turned to perfect violence. Elijah, Michael's voice cracked with desperation. What are you doing? The spell dash was never going to work. Elijah finished, his hand covered in witch blood as he turned to his father. Just like every other plan we thought we made, every scheme we believed was ours. His laugh held an edge of hysteria. A century, father. 100 years of thinking we were the ones hunting him. Behind them, Valley remained on his knees, the first blade still embedded in his chest, crimson light pulsing from the mark like a heartbeat. The ritual's power built around him, reality itself seeming to bend and twist. You don't understand, Michael started, but Elijah cut him off. No, father. For the first time in a century, I finally do understand. His eyes held terrible knowledge as he looked at the bodies of Elena, Catherine, and the others. This was never about collecting souls or preserving moments. This was about creating something new. Elijah breathed, understanding finally dawning. The curse wasn't just a chain to break. It was power being gathered. A millennium of energy building up, waiting to be shaped. The cemetery trembled as reality began to crack around Vala's kneeling form. Through the fractures, they caught glimpses of something else. A space, a realm waiting to be born. You see it now. Vala's voice carried power that made the air itself shiver. Even his blood trickled from his lips. Why everything had to be exactly this way? The curse wasn't just a burden. I didn't allow it to be. It became a battery, storing power for 1,000 years. The mark blazed brighter, and suddenly they could all see it, his true plan unfolding. A dimension of his own. Not just a pocket realm or a prison, but an entire world shaped by his will. This, Vala's voice carried triumph even as the first blade sank deeper, is what the mark was always meant for. Not just to defy death, but to create life. A new world, born from a millennium of gathered power. The doppelganger's blood to break nature's bonds, Valley explained, his voice carrying power despite the blade in his chest. The witch's power to channel creation, the wolf's primal force to give it form, the vampire's immortal essence to make it eternal. Through the growing cracks in reality, they could see it forming, a realm of endless night and crimson stars, where shadows moved with purpose and time itself bent to his will. And the souls? Stefan asked from his position, still kneeling in his victim's blood. The ones you promised would return. Will return here, exactly as they were, Vala confirmed, his voice unwavering despite the blood on his lips. I'm many things, Ripper, but I do not break my word. They will live, free and unchanged, though they may visit our new realm if they choose. The mark pulsed brighter as 6 distinct lights separated from the ritual's power. Elena, Bonnie, Caroline, Tyler, Alexander, and Tom's souls, preserved perfectly, ready to return to life. After all, Vala smiled, even as the first blade sank deeper. What kind of king would I be if I didn't honor my deals? The 6 souls hung suspended in crimson light, pure and untouched, while the power of a millennium of curse bindings surged around them, shaping itself into something new. Watch, Tadia commanded softly, her eyes gleaming. Watch as they return, exactly as promised, while our kingdom rises. One by one, the souls descended back to their bodies. Elena first, gasping awake with all her humanity intact. Then Bonnie, her magic rushing back untainted. Alexander and Caroline's vampire nature restored perfectly, while Tyler's wolf essence returned unchanged. Tom, his doppelganger blood still pure and human. They rose, disoriented but whole, exactly as they had been. No alterations, no changes, just as Valley had promised Stefan. Meanwhile, the mark's power continued to build, reality cracking wider around them as their new dimension took shape. Catherine's body remained still, her soul already claimed, while her blood joined Vala's in painting the symbols that would bridge their new realm to this one. The returned souls watched in stunned silence, as everything was being torn apart around them. Beautiful, Catherine breathed from her position, her body now stirring as Vala's blood renewed her, but her soul marked forever as his. Our kingdom. Elena stumbled to Stefan, who remained kneeling, his victim's blood now dried on his clothes. Stefan, she whispered, reaching for him, but he pulled back. Don't. His voice was rough with emotion. I made my choice, Elena. I'm his now. Indeed you are, my Ripper, Vala confirmed, even as the first blade sank to its final depth and he died. The mark blazed like a newborn sun as the dimension fully manifested, not replacing their world, but existing alongside it, a dark mirror of possibility. Welcome. Tadia's voice carried ancient satisfaction to the beginning of eternity. Nearly a century ago, the study was quiet save for the crackling fireplace when Valley appeared. He was there simply examining one of Elijah's first editions with casual interest. Brother, Elijah didn't look up from his correspondence. To what do I owe the pleasure? Can't I simply visit my most proper sibling? Vala's tone was light, but something in it made Elijah finally raise his eyes. He stilled, pen hovering over paper. Something's different about you, Elijah observed carefully, his usual composure hiding his sudden unease. There was a new quality to his brother's presence, something that made even the shadows in the room seem more aware. Always so observant, Vala smiled, setting down the book. Tell me, brother, what do you know about our enemies? Which ones? Elijah's dry tone earned a genuine chuckle from Valley. The ones who've been watching us, Vala continued, moving to pour them both a drink. Tell me, brother, what do you make of Silas's followers? Of their increased interest in our activities? Elijah accepted the offered glass, though his eyes never left his brother's face. They're becoming bolder. The attempts to infiltrate our inner circle, the careful probing of our supposed weaknesses. He paused, studying Vala's expression. Though I suspect you already knew that. Vala nodded with a hum in confirmation, swirling his drink. The followers of Silas think they've identified patterns in our supposed fractures. The principal guardians watch with renewed interest. Even Satan himself calculates his moves, despite his last stunning failure in Constantinople. They see exactly what we've wanted them to see for centuries, Elijah agreed, a faint smile playing at his lips. Our theatrical family drama has been quite convincing. Indeed, though I must admit, watching Cole explore magic through his host has been rather entertaining. Almost as much as Rebecca's delight in finally practicing the craft she was denied. And Niklaus creates his masterpieces in perfect freedom, journeying wherever he wishes with Aurora, both in the bodies of travelers, while they believe him bound by your golden dagger, Elijah added. Though I suspect you haven't called me here to reminisce about our long-running deception. No, Vala's expression shifted to something more serious. We need to make the final act absolutely convincing. They need to believe that you and Father's opposition to me is complete, absolute. How are we going to achieve that? For there are beings who can sense emotion, Elijah countered. Powers that can detect falsehood. How do we dash? He stopped as Valley turned to face him fully. In the firelight, his brother's eyes blazed crimson. Not the black depths he'd known for centuries, but something new. Something that spoke of power beyond even their original nature. What have you done? Elijah asked, genuine surprise coloring his voice. A rare occurrence for the normally composed original. Evolution, Valley replied, his crimson eyes gleaming. The bee serum, as I like to call it. A combination of 7 werewolf packs venom, enhanced vampire blood, and magic bound by the mark's power. Tadia and I are currently its only recipients. The power radiating from you, Elijah observed carefully. It's different from anything I've encountered in our 1,000 years. It should, for it grants enhanced strength beyond even an original's capabilities, venom that can kill anything, even our family, myself excluded, and compulsion that can affect any being, even those normally immune, Valley explained, his crimson eyes reflecting the firelight. I see. You mean to compel me, Elijah states after a moment of silence, understanding blooming within his heart. Vala nods as he pushes down his drink in one go and puts the glass down. Yes, though this power is not omnipotent, I can only compel you if you truly open your mind to me and allow me to do so. Beings such as us, of our age and caliber, are incapable of being compelled by me otherwise. And what exactly would this compulsion entail? Elijah asked, swirling his own drink thoughtfully. When they approach you with their plans, and they will if they truly have any that they believe in, you'll believe your hatred for me is absolute. Every emotion, every reaction will be genuine. Vala's crimson eyes gleamed, until the moment you learn their true intentions. Then you'll remember everything and contact me. And Father has already agreed, though somewhat reluctantly. Vala's smile held dark amusement. His performance requires less acting. His rage at being compelled adds a lovely touch of realism to the whole affair. How long? Elijah asked after a moment of consideration. Until the ritual. Everything we've built for a millennium comes down to that moment. Vala moved closer, his presence making the shadows dance. They'll be watching, brother. Every power that thinks they understand us will be focused on that night. They need to believe absolutely in our division. They need to believe that you are planning against me, and that they need to consider your plans so that it does not contradict their own. The curse, Elijah began after he finished his drink, it will be a millennium of power building up. How much of their plans do you expect to revolve around it? They'll all want to either prevent it from breaking or harness its power for themselves, Vala stated, his smile sharp. You still have not explained for what you self, wish to harness its power, Elijah stated. I wish to still keep that for myself, brother, but worry not. You'll know when the time is right. And now indeed was that time, for Elijah Mikaelson witnessed his brother's death bring life to a whole new realm. Elijah could see the first blade still protruding from Vala's chest, crimson light pulsing from the mark as their new realm settled into existence alongside their own. The sacrificial circles were quiet now, their power spent, while the 6 promised souls had already returned to their bodies. The mark blazed ever brighter as Vala's hand gripped the first blade's hilt. With deliberate slowness, he drew it from his chest, each movement precise despite the wound's severity. Blood that seemed to glow with crimson light spilled freely, but his smile showed only satisfaction. Finally, this charade can be over. Vala stated that as the wound in his chest sealed itself, the mark's power made his flesh knit back together as if it had never been pierced. His crimson eyes surveyed the scene, the returned souls watching with a mixture of fear and awe. Stefan, having run towards Elena, pulled her into his arms, both uncaring to the blood of his victims, soaking them while Elijah stood among the corpses of the witches he'd slaughtered. Remember, Vala commanded, once more, this time towards his father, which immediately broke the compulsion on Michael, causing the memories of their plan to flood back in, who froze in shock upon their return. As this went on, the cracks in the world, their new realm, pulsed with crimson starlight, while around them the cemetery air grew heavy with power. The mark blazed with satisfaction as their millennium of preparation finally bore fruit. Vala rose, dusting himself off, as he looked towards his blood-soaked form and sighed. Tadia, darling, please tell me, we brought some spare clothes. The stickiness is killing me. Tadia's laugh was warm with affection as she vamped sped away for a moment and returned with his clothes, holding them for him. Of course, my love. I wouldn't let you suffer after achieving such a magnificent feat. Our new kingdom will not see you looking anything less than perfect. Excellent, Vala said, as he started to undo his jacket, while turning his attention to Stefan and Elena. Now about your service, my ripper. Stefan's grip on Elena tightened slightly, but he met Vala's crimson gaze steadily. He had made his choice, traded his soul for theirs. There was no going back now. Come, Vala commanded softly as he continued changing, his movements casual yet elegant even in this mundane task. It's time to take your place as my left hand. Elena's fingers clutched at Stefan's bloodied shirt. Stefan, please dash. The deal is made. Elena. Stefan's voice was gentle but firm. My soul for yours. For all of yours. He pressed a final kiss to her forehead before stepping away, moving toward Valley with quiet acceptance of his fate. Oh, don't act so saddened, Elena. Vala's voice carried casual amusement as he buttoned his fresh shirt. It's not like you two are going to be separated. After all, his crimson eyes gleamed with calculated benevolence. What kind of king would I be if I deprived my Ripper of his love? Especially when your blood holds such valuable properties. You promised. Stefan's voice cracked with fury and disbelief, his hands clenching into fists. Her soul was supposed to be her own. She was supposed to be free. And it is, Valley replied smoothly, adjusting his jacket. I promised her soul would be free, and I've kept that promise. I said nothing about her being completely free from my influence. His crimson eyes gleamed. Besides, you should be grateful, my Ripper. Do you know how many powers would love to get their hands on a fresh Petrova doppelganger? Under my protection, she's safer than she could ever be elsewhere. You manipulative dash, Stefan started, taking a step forward, but Elena's hand on his arm stopped him. Stefan, her voice was quiet but steady. He's right. About all of it. She looked at Valley, understanding finally dawning in her eyes. This was always the plan, wasn't it? My blood, his loyalty, all of it perfectly arranged. Smart girl. Vala smiled, straightening his collar. You see, Stefan, Elena understands. And deep down, so do you. After all, his crimson eyes gleamed with dark amusement. What were you planning to do? Leave her unprotected while you serve me? Let her face every supernatural creature that would kill for Petrova blood alone? Now then, Valis said, offering his arm to Tadia, while Catherine fell in a step behind them. Shall we see what a millennium of power has built? He turned to the others, Stefan still struggling with his anger, Elena resigned but understanding, Catherine alive and excited, while Alexander, Damon, Caroline, Tyler, and Bonnie watching with uncertainty. Through the cracks in the world, their new dimension beckoned. Come, his voice carried power that made reality itself shiver. Let me show you what true perfection looks like. Lucian stood at the window of the Empire's headquarters, a glass of bourbon in his hand as he watched the sun set over the sprawling city below. After a millennium of service, he still found amusement in how lesser vampires trembled at his presence. The fourth vampire ever created, turned by the king himself. My lord, a guard appeared at his door, tension evident in his voice. The rebels have finally made their move, Lucian finished, setting down his glass. He didn't need the guard's report to know what was happening. He could feel them. Vampires, yes, but not alone. They had brought help. The guard shifted nervously. They've brought Jinn with them, my lord. The rebels think with their ancient magic Lucian's laugh cut him off, a sound that carried 1,000 years of dark amusement. They think Jinn magic can challenge the king's authority? When even Satan himself failed, he moved away from the window with fluid grace that spoke of power beyond normal vampire abilities. Through the windows, he could see them approaching. 24 vampires led by Marcus, a former noble who'd grown too ambitious, accompanied by 3 Jinn whose smokeless fire cast eerie shadows across the streets. Shall I call for reinforcements, my lord? No need. Lucian smiled, straightening his cuffs in a gesture unconsciously mimicking his king. I could use some entertainment while his majesty is away. He felt it then, that familiar surge of power in his blood, the echo of the mark that made him different from every other vampire, save those also turned directly by Valley. His eyes turned gray-black, not bottomless like his king's, but carrying their own terrible promise. After all, he said softly as he headed for the entrance hall, what better way to remind them why the king chose me as a shadow? The entrance hall's marble floor reflected the approaching rebels' torchlight as Lucian descended the grand staircase. Marcus stood at the front, trying to project confidence, but Lucian could smell his fear. The great Lucian castle, Marcus called out, his voice carrying false bravado. Still playing lapdog to your king while he's away enjoying the fruits of your labor? The Jinn flanking him raised their hands, smokeless fire dancing between their fingers. Their ancient eyes glowed with power that would have made any normal vampire pause. You know, Lucian replied conversationally, reaching the bottom step. In 1,000 years of service, I've never understood why rebels always feel the need to monologue. Is it tradition? A requirement, perhaps? Before Marcus could respond, Lucian moved. The mark's echo in his blood made him faster than any vampire had a right to be. His hand burst through the chest of the nearest djinn before its fire could even form. Fascinating creatures, djinn, he commented, examining the still-beating heart in his hand. All that power, yet still so fragile. The remaining djinn attacked simultaneously, their smokeless fire taking forms that shouldn't exist, serpents made of blue flame, birds of burning light. The vampire rebels surged forward, thinking numbers would overwhelm him. Lucian smiled, his blood sang as he moved through them like a dance. Where normal vampires had strength, he had artistry. Where they had speed, he had inevitability. Each movement was precisely calculated, each death a tribute to his king's teachings. You see, he lectured casually as he tore through the rebels, the difference between you and me isn't just power. He caught a djinn's fire blast with his bare hand, the mark's echo protecting him from its ancient magic. It's understanding. You think being a vampire makes you mighty. I know it just makes you a better canvas. Marcus watched in horror as Lucian systematically dismantled his forces. This wasn't just violence. It was performance, each death choreographed to send a message. Tell me, Marcus, Lucian called out as he casually backhanded the last djinn through a marble pillar. Did you really think this would work? That you could take advantage of the king's decades-long absence? His eyes gleamed with dark amusement as he advanced on the rebel leader. Around them, the entrance hall had become a gallery of precise violence, bodies arranged like artwork, each death positioned to tell story. We have allies, Marcus stammered, backing away. More powerful than djinn. They promised dash. Ah yes, Lucian interrupted, straightening his now bloodied cuffs. Let me guess, they promised you power? Position? Perhaps even suggested they could protect you from the king? He laughed softly. Tell me, do these allies know what happened to Satan when he made the same mistake? The mark's echo pulsed in his blood as he closed the distance between them, his movements carrying the same elegant menace he'd learned from Millennium at Vala's side. You don't understand. Marcus tried one last time, his back hitting a wall. The principal guardians themselves have dash, now that Lucian's smile showed too many teeth, is interesting. His hand shot out, gripping Marcus's throat. Do tell me more about these conversations with the guardians. I'm sure my king would be fascinated to hear every detail. The mark's echo allowed him to compel even ancient vampires, though not with the same absolute power as Valley. Still, it was more than enough for this. In fact, he continued, his eyes boring into Marcus's, why don't you tell me everything? Every meeting, every promise, every whispered plan. His voice dropped lower. After all, what better way to remind them why they should fear not just the king, but his shadow as well? Marcus's, not knowing of Lucian's capability, not having ingested vervain, eyes glazed over as the compulsion took hold, and Lucian's smile grew sharper. This night had turned out to be far more productive than he'd expected. Though as Marcus's compelled confessions spilled forth, Lucian's expression grew increasingly grave. The principal guardians weren't just making vague promises. They were preparing something specific, something that required immediate attention from higher authorities than himself. With practiced efficiency, he secured Marcus in the building's specially warded cells, ensuring the rebel leader would be available for further questioning. Then he retreated to his private office, pulling out his phone. Klaus would need to hear this personally. Hours later, Lucian's private jet cut through the night sky, his thoughts racing as fast as the aircraft arrived at a remote French airstrip. While he had significant authority as the king's shadow, his right hand, some decisions required the original family's direct input. A dark-haired woman in her 30s waited by a sleek car, her posture too graceful for her seemingly ordinary appearance. Only Lucian's 1,000 years of service let him recognize Aurora inhabiting her latest traveler vessel. Your new face suits you, he commented with his usual smirk. Though I must say, I miss the red hair. He had long since outgrown his infatuation with Aurora, which eventually led to him, Aurora and Niklaus, becoming the best of friends. Aurora, or rather, the body she currently possessed, rolled her eyes. Please, as if you couldn't spot me in any form. Though I do agree about the hair. She touched her temporarily dark locks with slight disappointment. But needs must when playing dead, yes? She led him to a modernized chateau, chattering about her and Klaus's latest adventures while maintaining their elaborate deception. You should have seen Nick's face when his body's muscle memory kicked in during a dance. Apparently, our current host was quite the ballerina. Speaking of our resident hybrid, Lucien glanced around the artfully decorated halls. Where is he hiding? Damn it. A crash echoed from upstairs, followed by creative cursing in several languages. Aurora sighed fondly. Still adjusting to his temporary vessel's hands, she explained. This one's previous owner was right-handed. Nick's having opinions about how that affects his painting. They found Klaus in a paint-splattered studio, inhabiting the body of a man in his early 40s. He was glaring at a canvas as if it had personally offended him. These fingers are wrong, he complained without turning around. Too short. No proper grip strength. How am I supposed to capture the fundamental horror of existence with subpar appendages? Yes, your artistic suffering is noted, Aurora teased, moving to kiss his cheek. But Lucien's here, darling. And, judging by his expression, it's not for art criticism. Klaus finally turned, and despite the unfamiliar face, his hybrid eyes gleamed with the same ancient intelligence. Well then, old friend, what brings the king's shadow to our little hideaway? Lucien's amusement faded. The principal guardians are making moves. Big ones. They've been recruiting rebel factions, including Marcus's group. Of course they have, Klaus muttered, absently wiping paint on his borrowed body's already stained shirt. Because apparently my brother's theatrical death and resurrection wasn't dramatic enough for them. It's more than that, Lucien continued grimly. They're gathering artifacts, things that supposedly predate this world. Marcus's memories suggested something about rewriting fundamental laws. Wonderful. Aurora flopped onto a paint-splattered couch. Because attempting to rewrite reality always works out so well for everyone involved. Just ask your brother's last few opponents. Oh, wait. She smiled sharply. You can't. They don't exist anymore. Have you contacted him? Klaus asked, already knowing the answer. Tried. Thaddeus said he's restructuring fundamental aspects of his new realm and cannot be disturbed unless the world itself is actively unraveling. Lucien's impression of Thaddeus' voice was eerily accurate, which it technically isn't. Yet, Aurora added helpfully. Klaus ran his temporary hands through unfamiliar hair, leaving streaks of blue paint. Right, so we gather intelligence. Aurora, love, see if Tristan's networks have picked up anything useful. And us? Lucien asked, though his grin suggested he already knew. Klaus's borrowed face split into a familiar predatory smile. We're going to remind these guardians why they stopped interfering in mortal affairs in the first place. Though, he glanced down at his vessel's paint-covered hands with annoyance. Perhaps after I find a body with proper artistic coordination. Priorities, darling. Aurora laughed, rising gracefully despite her temporary form. Priorities. The studio fell silent save for Klaus's muttered complaints about his vessel's inadequate motor skills and Aurora's amused commentary on his artistic suffering. Lucien watched them with fond exasperation. A millennium of service, and still his oldest friends could make even potential cosmic disaster feel like just another family drama. The game was changing again, but at least it would be entertaining to watch unfold. Reality bent like silk in Vala's hands as he led them through the threshold between worlds. Crimson stars pulsed overhead in patterns that shouldn't exist, while shadows moved with deliberate purpose through spaces that denied normal physics. Welcome. Vala's voice carried casual power as he gestured to the impossible architecture around them, to what a millennium of gathered power can build. Buildings rose from nothing, their structures defying gravity while somehow maintaining perfect aesthetic balance. Streets formed from living shadow, their patterns shifting subtly with each step. Elena struggled for words as she watched a fountain appear, its water flowing upward in geometric patterns before dissolving into starlight. Beautiful, Catherine breathed, her eyes wide with reverence. And terrible. Both, Tadia agreed, her hand finding Vala's as she watched him shape their new domain. As all perfect things should be. Stefan, still blood-covered from his earlier kills, studied the ever-changing landscape with growing understanding. You're not just creating, he observed. You're experimenting, testing limits. Clever boy, Valis smiled, his crimson eyes gleaming as he reshaped a nearby structure with a casual gesture. This realm responds to will, to intention. But even infinite power needs refinement. To demonstrate, he reached out, pulling shadows in his solid form. They watched as he crafted a replica of Mystic Falls Town Square, but wrong, beautifully wrong. The clock tower spiraled ever-changingly, its hands marking time in ways that it shouldn't. But if you can create anything here, Caroline spoke up, her voice uncertain, why maintain connections to our world at all? Because, Miss Forbes, Valley replied as he adjusted reality around them with the casual ease of someone arranging furniture. Creation without context is meaningless. Art needs contrast. Power needs purpose. He gestured to a window that opened into their original world, showing Mystic Falls continuing its normal existence. This realm isn't meant to replace that one. It's meant to enhance it, to provide possibilities. Like what? Bonnie asked, her which senses overwhelmed by the power flowing through everything around them. Instead of answering directly, Valis smiled and pulled at the fabric of his domain. Suddenly, they stood in a vast gallery, its walls lined with moments frozen in time, perfectly preserved scenes from history. Consider it a library of reality, he explained, walking past displays of ancient battles, lost civilizations, moments that shaped the world. Everything that was, is, or could be accessible, but not replaceable. You're creating a foundation, Elijah realized, watching his brother work with newfound understanding. A space between spaces where power can be refined. Among other things, Valley agreed, casually adjusting the flow of time around a particular display. After all, what good is having our own realm if we can't make it interesting? To demonstrate, he reached into one of the frozen scenes, a medieval battle, and pulled out a sword that shouldn't still exist. With a thought, he transformed it into pure shadow before returning it, the timeline adjusting seamlessly around the change. Show off, Tadia teased, though her eyes shone with pride. Always, Valley agreed, turning to address their still stunned audience. This realm exists alongside the original world, not separate from it. Think of it as an extension, a place where certain rules can be reinterpreted. But not broken entirely, Catherine observed shrewdly. There are still limits, aren't there? Laws that even you can't simply ignore. Clever Katerina, Vala's smile showed approval. Yes, even this power needs structure. Framework, he demonstrated by trying to create life from nothing, the attempt dissolving into shadows. Some things remain solely in his domain, absent or not. So what exactly can you do here? Tyler asked, his wolf nature making him particularly sensitive to the power flowing around them. Rather than answer directly, Valley reshaped their surroundings again. The gallery melted away, replaced by a vast chamber where shadows danced like living things. At its center, a fountain of pure possibility flowed upward into an ever-changing sky. I can create spaces where magic follows new rules, he explained, letting Bonnie feel how her power responded differently here. Where time moves according to a rather than natural law. He demonstrated by aging a nearby tree through centuries and moments, then reversing it to a sapling. I can preserve moments, he continued, pulling a perfect memory from the air and crystallizing it. Store power, reshape matter. Each demonstration was more impossible than the last. But I cannot create souls, he admitted, letting the limitations be clear. Cannot rewrite what truly was, only create new possibilities moving forward. This realm is vast, but not infinite. Powerful, but not omnipotent. And that's why you need both, Elena realized suddenly. This place lets you reshape reality, but the original world is where reality has meaning. Very good. Vala's smile showed genuine pleasure at her understanding. Power without purpose is merely force. This realm gives us possibilities. But those possibilities only matter because of their connection to what's real. He gestured, and reality shifted again, showing them glimpses of both worlds simultaneously, the normal and the abnormal, existing in perfect parallel. After all, he concluded, his crimson eyes reflecting both realms at once. What good is having your own realm if you can't properly appreciate what makes the original world worth preserving in the first place? Speaking of preservation, Catherine's voice carried a strange mix of anticipation and fear as she stepped forward. You promised to show us your collection. Vala's smile sharpened. With a casual gesture, the space around them shifted, revealing what appeared to be an endless gallery. Crystal cases floated in perfect formation, each one a masterpiece of preservation. Ah yes, he said softly. Behold what true preservation looks like. The cases descended, arranging themselves in a circle around them. Inside each one, they saw Klaus creating endless art with Aurora at his side, their bodies perfectly preserved while their souls lived on elsewhere in their traveler vessels. Rebecca dancing through eternal summer, her form frozen in perfect joy. Cole surrounded by magical knowledge he'd always craved, his essence captured in its highest moment. They're not suffering, Stefan observed, studying Klaus's case. They're peaceful, but I don't understand. Elena stepped closer to Klaus's case, her brow furrowed. These are just their bodies. I can't feel. She struggled to explain. There's no presence, no soul. Didn't you say you would collect us in these? As in us, not just our bodies. Of course not. Elijah's voice carried centuries of carefully maintained secrets. Their souls are elsewhere, living their lives in traveler vessels, while these preserved forms served a greater purpose. You see, Elena, he continued, straightening his cuffs, a gesture unchanged by a millennium of deception. Our enemies needed physical proof of their assumptions. They needed to believe that Valley had truly trapped us, had stolen our essences for his collection. While in truth, Valley added, his crimson eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Niklaus creates his art in another body. Rebecca practices magic she was never supposed to have, and Cole explores powers beyond normal vampirism, all while every power that thought to challenge us believed they understood our weakness. The perfect deception, Elijah explained, isn't one you force your enemies to believe. It's when you let them think they've cleverly uncovered themselves. A millennium of planning. Bonnie shook her head in disbelief. Every story about your family's division, about Vala's tyranny, was precisely calculated. Elijah confirmed, a hint of pride in his voice. Each daggering carefully staged, each body preserved here while its soul lived on elsewhere. The principal guardians, Silas's followers, even Satan himself, all believing they'd found exploitable cracks in our family's unity. But why? Caroline asked, watching the preserved forms of Klaus and the others floating serenely in their crystal cases. Why such an elaborate deception? Because, Miss Forbes, Valley replied, adjusting reality around them with casual grace. True power isn't in what you show your enemies. It's in what you let them think they've discovered on their own. Our enemies needed to believe they understood us, Elijah continued. Needed to think they'd found our fatal flaw. After all, what better way to keep them occupied than to let them waste centuries planning around a weakness that never truly existed? Catherine laughed suddenly, understanding dawning in her eyes. That's why you let me run for so long. Why you made sure stories of my escape spread. Every power that thought they could challenge us, Vala smiled, showing too many teeth, believed they understood our vulnerabilities, believed they could use our divided family against us. While all along, we were exactly where we needed to be, Elijah finished. Building networks, gathering power, preparing for this moment, all while our enemies congratulated themselves on their clever insights into our supposed weaknesses. Stefan studied Klaus's preserved form, understanding flickering in his eyes. And now, with your realm created, with the deception revealed, now, Vala's smile was terrible in its beauty. We show them exactly why they should have feared our unity more than our division. Speaking of revelations, Tadia's voice carried dark amusement as she turned to Catherine. I believe we have something special planned for you, my beautiful broken echo. Catherine's hand went to her scar instinctively as Tadia approached her. The mark pulsed in rhythm with the crimson stars overhead. making her shiver with anticipation and fear. You see, Tadia continued, circling Catherine like a predator studying its prey. Unlike these preserved forms, you get to experience something unique. Not just preservation, but purpose. After all, Valley added, his casual tone making his words more terrifying. What better addition to our private collection than a doll that knows it's a doll, that understands its place perfectly? Elena stepped forward instinctively, but Stefan held her back, understanding the futility of interference. This had been planned long before any of them had realized. I don't, Catherine started, but her voice failed as Tadia's fingers traced her jaw. Oh, but you do understand. Tadia's smile was beautiful and terrible. You spent centuries wearing my face, playing our game so beautifully. And now, her eyes gleamed with possession. Now you get to be exactly what you are, a perfect echo of me, preserved not in crystal, but in service. Catherine trembled, hatred and longing warring in her expression. You want me as your toy? Our toy, Vala corrected gently, though you'll never touch her, of course. That privilege remains mine alone. You'll simply exist for our amusement. Watch, yearn, serve. Vala moved with deliberate grace, his hand cupping Catherine's face while Tadia watched with possessive satisfaction. The mark pulsed, making Catherine's scar blaze with answering light as he leaned in. The kiss wasn't gentle. It was ownership, pure and simple, centuries of chase condensed into a single moment of claiming. Catherine melted into it, 500 years of running finally ending in perfect surrender. When he pulled back, Catherine's eyes were glazed with something between ecstasy and terror. Tadia's smile was sharp as she watched her echo tremble in her husband's grip. Beautiful, she observed, though she made no move to touch Catherine herself. Our perfect broken doll. Elena looked away, unable to watch Catherine's complete submission, while the others shifted uncomfortably at the display. Only Elijah seemed unsurprised, as if he'd known this too had been part of the plan. Now, then, Vala's voice carried casual authority as he released Catherine, who swayed slightly before dropping to her knees. Shall we discuss what comes next? Next, Damon's voice cracked with nervous humor. You mean this wasn't dramatic enough? Creating your own realm, revealing a millennium-long deception, turning Catherine into your personal, whatever that was. Oh, Damon. Tadia's laugh was gentle but sharp. This was merely the prelude. After all, she gestured to the crystal cases floating serenely around them. We still have to decide what to do with all of you. Stefan tensed, instinctively moving closer to Elena. You promised their souls would be free. And they will be, Vala confirmed, his fingers absently stroking Catherine's hair as she knelt at his feet. But free doesn't mean unrestricted. After all, his crimson eyes found Elena. Petrova blood still has its uses. You said I'd be your left hand. Stefan's voice carried quiet determination. That my service would ensure their protection. Indeed, Vala smiled, showing too many teeth. And what better way to protect Elena than to keep her close? To let her witness what her blood can accomplish when properly utilized. Elena's hand found Stefan's, squeezing tightly. And the others? The only one who truly requires my immediate attention, Valley replied, his casual tone belying the weight of his words, is Miss Bennett. Bonnie stiffened. What? What? Because, dear Bonnie, his crimson eyes found hers with something almost like kindness. The other side will not welcome you now. Not after your role in the ritual, willing or not. They'll try to twist your spirit into a weapon against me. Turn you into an ingredient for whatever the principal guardians are planning. But I was forced, Bonnie protested. They must understand Dash. The other side doesn't care for context, Tadia interrupted gently. They see only what they can use. And you, with your power and your connection to this ritual. She smiled, almost sympathetically. You're far too valuable to leave alone to your own devices. The others, Vala continued, gesturing to Caroline, Tyler, and Damon, can come and go as they please. Their souls pose no particular interest to our enemies. But you, Miss Bennett, his smile turned knowing, you need my protection whether you want it or not. Catherine looked up from her position at his feet, understanding dawning in her eyes. The other side would tear her apart, wouldn't they? Use her essence to fuel whatever they're planning. Precisely, Vala confirmed, pleased by his new toy's quick grasp of the situation. So you see, Bonnie, sometimes protection looks rather like possession. A rather familiar concept for a Bennett witch, wouldn't you say? Bonnie felt the truth of his words resonate with her magic. The power flowing through this realm responded differently to her, not restricting her abilities, but sheltering them somehow. He's right, she admitted reluctantly, making Elena gasp. I can feel it the other side. She shuddered. Hungry. Of course it is. Vala's voice carried dark amusement. You help create something new, something they never intended to exist. To them, you're not just a potential weapon. You're proof that their authority can be challenged. And the Guardians? Stefan asked, his knowledge from his research about Silas, through travelers who approached him, aiding his tactical mind, helping him already work through implications. We'll try to use that hunger, Tadia explained, moving to stand beside her husband. They've always been so proud of their divine authority. A Bennett which helping create a new realm. Her smile turned sharp. Well, that's practically heresy, isn't it? Catherine laughed softly from her position at Vala's feet. They'll tear reality apart trying to get to her, just to prove they still can. Unless, Vala's smile showed too many teeth. She accepts my protection. Formally. Willingly. And what exactly does that mean? Caroline demanded, moving protectively toward her friend. It means, Valley replied simply, that Miss Bennett gets to keep her power, her free will, and her soul, all while enjoying my realm's protection from forces that would gladly unmake her for daring to help create something new. And the catch? Bonnie asked, her voice steady despite her fear. Clever girl. Vala's approval was almost gentle. The catch is loyalty, not servitude like our lovely Katerina here. He stroked Catherine's hair again, making her shiver, but allegiance. Your power, your knowledge, your very essence, all formally aligned with my authority. The impossible stars overhead pulsed in rhythm with his words, while around them, reality itself seemed to hold its breath waiting for her answer. You're not giving me much of a choice, Bonnie said, her voice carrying quiet defiance, even in acceptance. On the contrary, Valley replied, crimson eyes gleaming. I'm giving you the only choice that matters, survival with purpose or destruction for principle. The other side isn't known for offering alternatives. To demonstrate, he pulled reality aside like a curtain, showing them glimpses of the other side. The spirits there moved with predatory purpose, their forms distorting with hunger when they sensed Bonnie's presence. They're already gathering, Tadia observed casually, waiting for your soul to cross over, ready to unmake you for daring to help create something beyond their control. Fine. Bonnie straightened her spine, meeting Vala's gaze directly. I accept your protection, but I want your word. Elena and the others stay free. Again, they are free. Vala's voice carried casual certainty. All except Elena. His crimson eyes found Bonnie's. After all, her situation isn't so different from your own. Petrova blood has value to forces beyond your understanding. Would you really want your friend to become just another sacrifice in their games? Bonnie defiance faltered. What do you mean? The Guardians aren't the only ones who collect power, Miss Bennett, he explained, almost gently. Petrova blood has been a currency of supernatural politics since before your ancestors drew breath. Have they not informed you of this? If so, then do you really think Elena would survive long without protection? That they wouldn't use her just as they plan to use you? Catherine's soft laugh carried understanding from her place at his feet. They'll drain her dry, Bonnie, just like they plan to unmake you. Different methods, same result. So you see, Tadia added, her smile sharp but not unkind. Protection requires supervision. For both of you. Bonnie looked at Elena, seeking her best friend's help, not knowing what to do. He's right, Elena said softly, surprising everyone. I can feel it too, like something watching. Waiting. She moved closer to Stefan, who wrapped his arm around her protectively. Ever since the ritual, it's like there are eyes everywhere. Good awareness you have there, Tadia praised, though her smile remained predatory. You feel them because they're there. Every power that's ever craved Petrova blood, now aware that a new doppelganger walks free. No longer hidden by us. Bonnie hesitated for a moment longer before she sighed in acceptance. Very well. I accept. Shall we make it official then? Valley offered as he extended his hand. The mark this time silent, dark. Bonnie hesitated one final time, looking at Elena, who gave her a small nod. Together, they reached for Vala's hand. The moment their fingers touched his palm, the mark blazed to life, not with its usual crimson light, but with something deeper, older. The shadows around them stilled, akin to holding their breath, not wishing to miss a moment. I, Vala Mikaelson. His voice carried power that made the air vibrate. Extend my protection to Bonnie Bennett and Elena Gilbert, so long as I have their loyalty. Their souls are their own, though their power aligned with my will, their essence shielded from those who would unmake them. The mark's power flowed through their joined hands, not burning or painful, but transformative. Bonnie felt her magic respond, growing stronger rather than diminished. Elena gasped as something settled into her blood, not changing it, but securing it somehow. Welcome. Tadia's smile was beautiful and terrible to our inner circle, not quite family. Her eyes flickered to Catherine, who remained contentedly at their feet, but protected. Stefan watched with careful attention as his brother shifted uncomfortably beside him, feeling already alone once more, knowing Stefan and Elena will be gone soon with the king while he remains. Feeling abandoned, Damon? Vala's voice cut through his thoughts, wondering what happens to the spare brother when the favored one joins the king's court. At Damon's silence, he continued, I told you, didn't I? Vala's voice carried dark amusement. That my offer would haunt you. That every time someone tries to fix you, every time they demand you be better, his smile turned knowing. You'd remember that I would have kept you exactly as you are. Perfect in your imperfection. Damon's throat tightened as he remembered refusing the king's earlier offer, choosing messy freedom over perfect preservation. Having said his piece, before anyone could jump in, Valley snapped his fingers. Reality twisted, and suddenly they were all exactly where they needed to be, Stefan and Elena in the king's court, Bonnie in a chamber of protected power where Freya would aid her, and Catherine at her new master's feet. Damon stood alone in the Salvatore boarding house, a glass of bourbon in his hand that he didn't remember pouring, wondering if he'd just made the biggest mistake of his eternal life. Bourbon splashed against crystal as Damon poured his fourth, or was it fifth, drink of the evening. The boarding house creaked around him, its familiar warmth somehow hollow now that Stefan and Elena were gone. Even the firelight seemed wrong, catching reflections that moved just a little too deliberately in the window panes. Cheers to freedom, he announced to the empty room, his voice sharp with false bravado. May it be worth the price of admission. The bourbon tasted like ash on his tongue. A shadow detached itself from the corner, too graceful to be natural, too deliberate to be threatening. Elijah emerged like old money given form, his presence making the room feel simultaneously smaller and more significant. Drinking alone, the original's voice carried casual interest. How symbolic. Come to gloat. Damon didn't turn around, but his grip tightened on his glass. Or did your brother send you to change my mind? Actually, Crystal clinked as Elijah helped himself to the bourbon, his movements carrying that ancient grace that made vampires look clumsy in comparison. I came entirely of my own accord. You've made yourself fascinating. That made Damon turn. Fascinating. His laugh held an edge of hysteria. The noble original, fascinated by the spare Salvatore. Now that's a joke worth drinking to. In 1,000 years, Elijah settled into a chair with fluid elegance. Do you know how many have refused my brother's direct offer? Let me guess. I'm the first? Damon's attempt at sarcasm couldn't quite hide his genuine curiosity. No. Elijah's smile was sharp with ancient memory. You're the third. And that, he paused, something terrible and wonderful dancing in his eyes. That makes you worth understanding. The shadows in the corners seemed to pulse with interest as Elijah continued. The first was a vampire I turned myself, Alexander. Not your brother, the doppelganger, but another. A magnificent creature who thought freedom was worth more than perfection. His smile turned predatory. Would you like to know what happened to him? Do I have a choice? Damon's voice cracked slightly on the last word. There's always a choice, Damon. Elijah's eyes reflected something vast and ancient in the firelight. That's rather the point. The real question is, are you prepared to understand the consequences of yours? The firelight cast strange shadows as Elijah leaned forward, every movement deliberate as aged wine. Taking Damon's silence as a beckoning, Elijah continued. Alexander was, he paused, selecting words like weapons, extraordinary. Even as a human, he understood darkness in ways that made vampirism seem almost redundant. When I turned him, it wasn't to create a monster. It was to preserve something that already existed perfectly formed. Damon tossed back his bourbon, the liquid burning less than the implications in Elijah's voice. Sounds like someone your brother would have loved to add to his collection. Oh, he did try. Elijah's smile was sharp with memory. Offered Alexander exactly what he offered you. Perfect preservation of his beautiful darkness. No need to pretend. No need to change. The original's eyes gleamed. No need to be anything but exactly what he was. You have to understand, he began, swirling his bourbon thoughtfully. My brother doesn't simply make offers. He reveals truths you've always known but never acknowledged. When he approached Alexander, it wasn't with promises or threats. It was with understanding. Imagine someone looking at you, truly looking, and seeing not just what you are, but what you could be. Valis stood before Alexander in his study one night and simply appreciated him. Spoke of how beautifully Alexander understood violence, how perfectly he had mastered the art of cruelty. Not judging, not condemning, just pure, genuine acknowledgement. You see it, don't you? My brother asked him. Elijah's voice took on an almost hypnotic quality. How every death can be a masterpiece. How suffering can transcend mere pain to become something sublime. You understand that darkness isn't just an urge to be controlled. It's an art to be perfected. He showed Alexander visions, not of power or dominion, but of perfect understanding. Moments where he wouldn't have to pretend remorse, wouldn't have to hide his appreciation for the beauty in brutality. A state of existence where his darkness wouldn't be a burden to bear, but a gift to be celebrated. That's my brother's true power. Elijah's eyes gleamed. He doesn't offer you what you want. He offers you what you are, perfectly preserved. No more masks. No more pretending to be less than what you know yourself to be. Just pure, unrestrained truth. The shadows in the corners writhed like living things as Elijah continued. But Alexander, he chuckled, the sound carrying centuries of dark amusement. Alexander laughed. Said he'd rather be imperfect and unpredictable than pristine and predictable, even at the cost of acceptance. Sound familiar? Let me guess. Damon's voice carried forced lightness. Didn't end well for him? That depends entirely on your definition of well. Elijah swirled his bourbon, the liquid catching impossible patterns in the firelight. You see, Alexander thought refusing meant escaping. He didn't understand that sometimes his smile turned predatory. Sometimes the cage you choose is worse than the one you reject. It is difficult to truly explain as someone who hasn't experienced it, but for what I could gather, it is like this. After one refuses the offer of understanding, my brother offers everything else starts to feel hollow. Colors seem less vibrant, sensations less intense. Not because he's cursed you, but because once you've been truly seen, truly understood. Nothing else quite compares to that feeling of acceptance, of being loved like that. Is what drove Alexander mad. Elijah concluded softly. Not the loss of power or position, but the absence of that moment of perfect acceptance. Once you've experienced someone looking at your darkest truth and finding it beautiful, well, everything else is just pale imitation, isn't it? The boarding house creaked softly as Damon absorbed this, understanding dawning his eyes about why even his bourbon tasted like ash since his refusal. You see, Alexander's descent was methodical in its desperation. In the first decade, he tried conventional rebellions, turning entire villages, creating armies of newborn vampires. Each massacre more elaborate than the last, staging his kills like theater productions for my brother to find. When that proved insufficient to fill the void, he turned to more creative pursuits. He began collecting rare blood types, mixing them with ancient wines and vampire venom. Created cocktails that could drive immortals mad with pleasure or pain. But even that began to feel hollow. The second decade. Elijah's voice carried dark appreciation. He discovered pain, not simple torture, but elevating suffering into an art form. He learned to keep victims alive for months, their agony preserved like fine wine. He became famous in certain circles for his ability to extend a single death into years of exquisite torment. By the third decade, Elijah swirled his bourbon thoughtfully. He turned to blood magic, started experimenting with ritual sacrifices, trying to achieve the same intensity he'd rejected. He would drain entire bloodlines in specific patterns, turning their deaths into magical formulae. Each ritual is more complex than the last, each failure driving him further into obsession. The fourth decade brought demon blood into his experiments. He began mixing it with his victim's blood, creating hybrids that shouldn't exist. Creatures caught between life and death, their very existence an affront to nature. But even their suffering couldn't match what he'd rejected. In his fifth decade, Elijah's voice dropped lower. He discovered ancient texts about soul manipulation, started collecting essence instead of just blood. He learned to extract memories, emotions, even fragments of identity from his victims, created tapestries of stolen moments, trying to weave together something as intense as what he'd lost. The sixth decade, Elijah's smile turned sharp. He turned to pleasure rather than pain, built elaborate pleasure palaces where vampires could experience every conceivable sensation, mixed blood with exotic drugs, created orgies that lasted months. But even in ecstasy, he couldn't find what he sought. 7 decades in, Elijah continued, his eyes reflecting firelight and ancient horror. He began experimenting on himself, started replacing parts of his own body with demon flesh, infusing his blood with dark magic. By then, he barely looked human, more a patchwork of supernatural parts held together by desperate will. The 8th decade brought madness. Elijah's voice carried something like pity. He started trying to replicate my brother's power through increasingly deranged methods, drinking the blood of ancient vampires, attempting to forge his own version of the mark through ritual scarification, attempting to feel that closeness he felt when my brother accepted him, that moment again where his king appreciated his existence. But as you would expect, each ended in another failure that only caused drive towards more extreme attempts. In the 9th decade, Elijah concluded softly. That's when he finally broke, realized that everything he'd done, every experiment, every atrocity, every attempt at transcendence, had just been pale imitations of what he'd rejected. That's when he went to my brother, ready to accept what he'd once refused. The fire crackled ominously as Damon absorbed this. And Valley turned him away. He said quietly, understanding dawning in his eyes. Indeed, Elijah's smile was terrible in its beauty. Because by then, Alexander had proven something crucial, that freedom without purpose is just another form of prison. Each desperate attempt to prove his choice meaningful had only made it more hollow. That's when he decided to take by force what wouldn't be freely given. Elijah's eyes gleamed with dark memory. But that's another level of horror entirely. The fire cast writhing shadows as Elijah's expression darkened. Alexander's final descent began with a revelation. If he couldn't earn what he'd rejected, perhaps he could take it. He spent the next 5 years gathering every scrap of forbidden knowledge about my brother's power. Not just the mark, but the very nature of what Valley had become. He started with the witches. Elijah's voice carried dark appreciation. Found 13 covens whose bloodlines traced back to the creation of the other side itself. Convinced them that together, they could bind a power even nature feared. The price? His smile turned sharp. Just their ancestral magic, their children's futures, and their own souls. The boarding house creaked ominously as he continued. Then came the demon contracts. Not just deals. He literally carved infernal contracts in his own flesh, letting hell's power remake him from the inside out. 3 archdemons agreed to bind themselves to his form, their smokeless fire turning his blood to liquid darkness. By then, he wasn't even recognizable as the vampire I'd turned. The preparations took 4 years. Elijah's eyes reflected firelight and ancient horror. He chose Prague because 3 ley lines converged beneath the city's heart. Spent months laying groundwork, sacrificing 999 souls at precise moments, their deaths forming patterns that made reality itself shudder. The ritual site was a masterpiece of forbidden geometry. Elijah's voice dropped lower, making Damon lean and despite himself. Circles of power drawn in the blood of immortals, symbols that burned mortal eyes to behold. The very air felt wrong there, like reality was already beginning to tear. When my brother arrived, Elijah paused, choosing his words carefully. Alexander had everything in place. The bound demons writhed within his transformed flesh, their power joining with the sacrificial energy he'd gathered. The witch covens chanted in languages that made reality bleed, while hell's fire forged bonds that could theoretically cage even the mark's power. For one perfect moment, his voice carried terrible wonder. It almost worked. Reality bent exactly as Alexander had calculated. The chains of hellfire began to bind, the sacrificial patterns aligned, and the power he'd gathered over 9 decades surged toward its intended purpose. The shadows seemed to hold their breath as Elijah described what happened next. Vala let him think he'd succeeded. Let him feel that moment of triumph, of believing he'd actually managed to bind what should never be bound. And then, his smile was beautiful and terrible. Then he showed Alexander exactly why some powers can't be stolen. He didn't just destroy Alexander's work. He used it, turned 90 years of obsessive preparation into the perfect prison for its creator. The demon contracts? Inverted, trapping their power within Alexander's essence. The sacrificial patterns? Rewoven into chains that bound not flesh, but understanding itself. The witches. Elijah's voice carried something between pity and satisfaction. Their bloodlines still carry the memory in their very bones, a warning about challenging forces beyond comprehension. Their magic turned inside out, their power redirected to fuel something far worse than death. And Alexander himself? The fire popped ominously. He exists now in a state of perpetual revelation. Every moment of every day, he experiences that final understanding, when he realized that all his gathered power, all his stolen knowledge, was nothing compared to what he'd tried to take. That's why his story matters, Damon. Elijah concluded softly, not just as a warning about defying my brother, but as an object lesson about the difference between taking and earning power. Alexander spent 90 years learning everything except the one truth that mattered. Some things can only be given freely, never taken by force. The night pressed closer around them as Damon absorbed this horror story masquerading as a lesson. The bourbon in his glass caught impossible reflections as he considered his own rejection of Vala's offer, and wondered what path he might choose that wouldn't lead to either Alexander's fate or simple submission. And the second one? He asked finally, his voice steady despite the weight of what he'd heard. I'm guessing they found a better way. Indeed. Elijah's smile shifted to something almost gentle. Would you like to hear how she managed what Alexander never could? True understanding without submission? Damon, though hesitant after what he heard, nodded. Sage, Elijah began, his voice carrying something like reverence, was a revelation even before she was turned. A pit fighter who understood violence as art, who saw beauty in the darkest aspects of human nature. She didn't just survive in brutality, she danced in it. She was turned by your brother? Damon asked, refilling his glass. By Finn. Elijah's expression softened with ancient memory. A brother you haven't met yet. The oldest brother, even older than Valley, and perhaps the most complex of us all, where most saw only savagery in Sage's nature. Finn saw poetry. Another original? Damon's eyebrows rose. Just how many of you are there? More than you've encountered. Elijah's smile held secrets, though that's a tale for another time. What matters is that Sage understood something about existence that made her unique. The boarding house creaked softly as Elijah leaned forward, his voice dropping to an almost intimate tone. What truly set Sage apart wasn't just her refusal of perfection. It was her understanding of what that refusal could mean. She turned freedom into an art form. Each decade, a new masterpiece of possibility. I'm guessing your brother wasn't exactly thrilled about someone slipping through his fingers, Damon observed, pouring himself another drink to mask his fascination. On the contrary, Elijah's smile held ancient amusement. Valley was entertained. You see, where Alexander's defiance was born of fear and your rejection stems from principle, Sage's choice created something entirely new. She became a variable even he couldn't easily predict. She would appear at court unannounced, each visit a performance in itself. Once she arrived drenched in the blood of a demon lord, not as a show of power, but because she discovered a new form of combat that made violence sing. Another time she came bearing knowledge of death rituals that made even the oldest vampires pause in appreciation. But it wasn't just violence she explored. Elijah's eyes gleamed with remembered wonder. She learned to paint with shadows, to compose symphonies that could drive mortals mad with beauty. She discovered ways to make pleasure and pain transcend their normal boundaries. And your brother just let her? Damon couldn't hide his disbelief. Let her. Elijah laughed softly. He encouraged her. Every few decades, he would send her challenges, not tests of loyalty, but opportunities for evolution. Show me something new, he would say. Show me what freedom can become when it has purpose. After 3 centuries of constant evolution, of becoming things no one had imagined possible, she returned to court one last time. Not broken or desperate like Alexander, but complete. She had crafted herself into something entirely new, something that even Vala found worthy of true respect. She chose preservation then? Damon asked, though his voice suggested he already knew the answer. She chose transcendence, Elijah corrected gently. When she finally accepted my brother's offer, it wasn't surrender, it was victory. She had proven that there were paths to perfection he hadn't imagined, ways of existing he hadn't considered. And now, Damon's voice carried carefully controlled interest. Now she exists in his collection. Elijah's smile turned knowing, but not as a trophy or a cautionary tale. She is proof that freedom, when wielded with sufficient creativity, can be more interesting than mere preservation or defiance. The shadows seemed to lean closer as Elijah fixed Damon with an intense stare. That's why I'm here, Damon. Not because you refuse like Alexander, but because you might understand like Sage. The question isn't whether you'll break or submit. It's what you'll become now that you've rejected the obvious path. And what exactly are you suggesting? Damon asked, his voice steady despite the weight of possibility pressing down around them. I'm suggesting. Elijah rose with fluid grace, straightening his immaculate suit, that perhaps you might be interested in learning how to make freedom into something worth watching. After all, his smile showed too many teeth. Eternity is a long time to spend simply being contrary. The night deepened around them as Damon considered this offer. Not of perfection or submission, but of understanding how to make his choice into something that even the king of vampires might find fascinating. I'm listening, Damon said finally, and Elijah's smile widened with satisfaction. Good, he replied, pouring them both fresh drinks. Then let me tell you about the possibilities that exist between defiance and submission, about ways of being that even my brother finds worthy of attention. The shadows danced with anticipation as another piece of their endless game fell into place, and Damon began to understand that perhaps rejection was only the beginning of his story. Alexander jolted awake in an unfamiliar room, his vampire senses immediately registering the thick layers of magic saturating the air. Before he could orient himself, a laugh caught his attention, warm, slightly manic, and coming from a middle-aged man whose entire being radiated magical energy. Well, the shadow self finally wakes. The man grinned, his gestures animated despite his ordinary appearance. I must say, you were my brother's face magnificently, though perhaps with a touch more brooding than he usually manages. Who dash? Alexander started, then paused as understanding hit. Cole, you're in a traveler's body. Give the boy a prize. Cole clapped his borrowed hands together. And here I thought I'd have to explain the whole body jumping thing. Though I suppose you've had quite the crash course in impossible things lately, haven't you? Alexander's jaw tightened. If Valis sent me here to— Oh, do shut up about my brother for a moment, Cole interrupted, rolling his temporary eyes. Yes, he sent you here. No, I don't care about your existential crisis about being his echo. What I do care about, his grin turned sharp, is why you're wasting such a magnificent opportunity by wallowing in self-pity. Opportunity? Alexander's laugh was harsh. To be nothing but his shadow. Nothing but. Cole's borrowed face lit up with genuine amusement. My dear boy, do you have any idea what you are? What does it mean to be nature's attempt at replicating the honored one himself? Don't call him Dash. I'll call him whatever I damn well please. He's my brother. Cole cut him off cheerfully. And you're missing the point entirely. Haven't you noticed how strong you are? How your powers far exceed what a vampire your age should possess. Alexander paused, thrown by Cole's manic energy and unexpected perspective. That's just because I'm a doppelganger. Just. Cole leapt from his chair, magical energy crackling around his borrowed form. Your nature's attempt at echoing something it couldn't fully comprehend. Do you know how many beings would literally kill to have that kind of connection to power itself? Alexander watched warily as Cole paced, magical energy practically sparking off his borrowed form with each excited gesture. Look, Cole spun suddenly, pointing at a nearby mirror. Go on, look at yourself properly. Tell me what you see. I see his face, Alexander replied bitterly. Everyone sees his face. Oh, get up. Cole's magic yanked Alexander to his feet. Look closer, you magnificently stupid child. Yes, you wear his face, but look at how you wear it. Despite himself, Alexander looked. The face that stared back was familiar, the one he'd seen in reflections all his life. But now, after everything he'd witnessed, your eyes, Cole observed, practically bouncing with enthusiasm. They're not black holes of existential terror, are they? Your presence doesn't make reality itself shudder. You're not some cheap copy, you absolute idiot. You're like, he snapped his borrowed fingers rapidly, searching for the right comparison. Like what? Alexander couldn't help asking, caught up in Cole's infectious energy. Like an echo in a perfect acoustic chamber. Yes, Cole's face lit up. The original sound is vast, overwhelming, reality-breaking. But the echo? The echo is pure, refined, carrying just enough of that power to be magnificent without unmaking everything it touches. He grabbed Alexander's shoulders, completely ignoring personal space. Do you know what I would give to be able to practice magic in my own body? To not have to jump between which vessels just to touch power? But you get to carry echoes of his strength while still being entirely yourself. Alexander tried to step back, but Cole's grip was surprisingly strong. I don't dash. Oh, shut up, I'm not finished. Cole's eyes practically gleamed. Try something, right now. Something vampire-y. Go on. Startled by the demand, Alexander instinctively reached for his vampire speed. The world blurred, but not like normal vampire movement. Reality seemed to sing around him as he moved, shadows dancing in his wake. Yes, Cole skotet triumphantly. See? That's not normal vampire speed. That's your power, enhanced by what you are. Nature tried to copy him and couldn't, but in failing, it made something new. Something unique. But I still don't understand why, Alexander said, staring at his hands as shadows continued to dance around them. Why would being his failed echo make me stronger rather than weaker? Because nature is terrible at copying things directly. Cole threw his borrowed hands up in excitement. It's like, here, watch this dash. He grabbed a nearby glass of water and with a quick spell, try to duplicate it. The resulting copy shimmered with unexpected rainbow patterns in the light. See? Try to copy simple water and got something more interesting instead. Nature does this all the time, trying to copy my brother. Cole's grin turned manic. Oh, that was never going to work perfectly. So instead, it created something new, something that carries echoes of his power, but manifests it differently. That's why you can do things other vampires can't, he continued, practically vibrating with enthusiasm. Why shadows respond to you. Why your strength exceeds your age. You're not just wearing his face. Your nature's attempt at channeling something it couldn't fully comprehend. Alexander moved again, testing his speed. This time he noticed how the shadows seemed to embrace him, how reality rippled ever so slightly in his wake. But Valley can unmake reality itself. Cole interrupted with a laugh. Of course you can't do that. But what you can do. His eyes gleamed. Now that's something worth exploring, don't you think? Here, let me show you something. Cole practically bounced to a bookshelf, pulling out an ancient tome with his borrowed hands. Been studying doppelganger lore in this lovely witch's body. Fascinating stuff, really. Did you know Stefan's abilities are enhanced too? But differently. What do you mean? Alexander asked, genuinely curious despite himself. Well, he's Silas's shadow, right? So his mental abilities are heightened. That whole psychic vampire thing he does. But you? Cole's grin turned wild. You're the shadow of someone who bends reality itself. Watch dash. Without warning, Cole hurled a fireball directly at Alexander's face. Pure instinct made Alexander raise his hand, and the shadows around him solidified, actually catching the magical flame. Yes. Cole clapped in delight. See? Normal vampires can't do that. That's your power. Not breaking reality like my brother, but persuading it a bit, making it more agreeable to what you want. Alexander stared at the shadows still swirling around his hand, the captured fireball dancing within them. This is magnificent, incredible, absolutely bloody fantastic. Cole supplied helpfully. And you've been wasting time moping about being his echo, when you could have been exploring what that actually means. But why now? Alexander let the shadows dissipate, watching the fireball extinguish. I've been a vampire for years. I never felt this before. Cole flopped back into his chair with such enthusiasm his borrowed body nearly tipped over. Think about it. What's the one thing that's different now? What changed? When Alexander just stared at him, Cole sighed dramatically. You finally came into direct contact with him. You magnificent idiot. Like an echo getting stronger the closer it gets to its source. Understanding began to dawn on Alexander's face. You mean when he returned? When you were finally in his presence, something changed in you. Cole's eyes gleamed with academic fascination. Like a tuning fork finally finding its perfect resonance. Your power was always there, but it needed... He waved his borrowed hands expressively. Activation. Awakening. A good solid, metaphysical kick in the pants from being near its source. So now that he's awakened it, now you get to be properly interesting. Cole's grin turned sharp. Why did Valis send me to you? Alexander asked suddenly, watching the shadows still curling around his fingers. He doesn't need my help with anything. He's more than powerful enough on his own. Oh, darling, not everything is about need. Cole laughed, magic crackling around his borrowed form. My brother sent you to me because who better to appreciate the joy of being something unexpected than the original who dances through borrowed bodies to practice magic? He gestured dramatically at himself. Look at me. Could have spent eternity bemoaning my lost magic. Instead, his grin turned manic. Found a way to be something entirely new, something unique. And that's why I'm here, to learn how to appreciate being different. Different, unexpected, magnificently impossible. Cole's eyes gleamed with genuine excitement. Now, shall we see what else those shadows of yours can do? I have some simply fascinating theories about how your powers might work. Theories? Alexander asked warily, watching Cole practically bounce with barely contained excitement. Oh yes. For instance, dash, without warning, Cole hurled another spell, this time a bolt of pure light. Again, the shadows moved instinctively to protect Alexander, but differently, absorbing the light rather than blocking it. Fascinating. Cole clapped his borrowed hands in delight. The shadows respond differently to different types of energy. They're not just copying my brother's power, they're adapting it, making it their own. Despite himself, Alexander felt curiosity stirring. How are you so excited about this? How am I not supposed to be excited? Cole spun around, magic crackling in his wake. Do you have any idea how rare it is to see power manifest in new ways? To watch nature try something it's never done before. He gestured at the shadows, still dancing around Alexander. Those aren't just copies of my brother's abilities, they're your interpretation of them. Your way of. Cole paused, watching as Alexander unconsciously absorbed another spell he'd thrown. Oh, oh, now that's interesting. What is? Alexander asked, feeling the absorbed magic pulse through him, different from normal vampire energy. Try something, Cole suggested, suddenly intent. Don't force the magic to do anything. Just feel it. Talk to it. Alexander didn't understand what he exactly meant, but decided to go along with it and close his eyes, focusing on the energy flowing through him. Unlike witches who could shape magic to their will, he felt something different, a presence, vast and ancient. But when he reached for it, ow, he stumbled back as the world itself seemed to recoil from him. It's angry. Of course it is. Cole's laugh held genuine delight. You're wearing the face of the one who constantly bends it to his will. Nature itself probably took one look at you and thought, oh no, not another one. But I'm not Dash exactly. Cole interrupted instantly. You're not him. You don't have to force reality to submit. You can. He waved his borrowed hands expressively. Make friends with it. Court it. Show it you're different from my brother. Alexander reached out again, this time more gently. The world's presence was still wary, but he could feel it, like touching a nervous animal. Not forcing, not demanding, just offering connection. There you go, Cole whispered, watching in fascination as the shadows began to move more naturally around Alexander. You're not the king who demands reality's obedience. You're the echo who asks for its cooperation. The world's presence brushed against Alexander's consciousness, ancient, vast, and deeply suspicious. He could feel its wariness, its memory of Vala's constant demands. It's like Alexander struggled to find the words, like it's expecting me to try to dominate it. Well, of course it is. Cole was practically vibrating with excitement. It sees his face and thinks, here comes another tyrant. But you're proving you're something else entirely, aren't you? Alexander reached out again, letting the world feel his intentions. Not demanding, not forcing, just offering possibility. Slowly, hesitantly, he felt reality's curiosity begin to override its suspicion. Oh, this is magnificent! Cole clapped as shadows began to dance more freely around Alexander. No longer just responding to his will, but offering their own patterns. The magic Alexander had absorbed earlier pulsed through him, and this time, when he reached for it, the world responded. Not with submission, but with tentative cooperation. Show me, he whispered to the shadows, to reality itself. Show me what we could do together. The air crackled with sudden tension, not from Alexander's gentle communion with reality, but from something far more demanding. The world's presence actually squeaked, if such a vast thing could squeak, and to Alexander's utter bewilderment, practically dove behind him, using his essence as a shield. Well, Vala's voice dripped with amusement as he materialized, making Cole nearly fall out of his borrowed body in surprise. Isn't this delightfully unexpected? Reality itself hiding behind its would-be friend from its king. Brother, Cole recovered with his usual manic energy. Come to check on your little social experiment? He's just learning to make friends with the cosmos you love to bully. Why am I really here? Alexander demanded, still trying to process how the vast presence of reality was quite literally cowering behind him like a scared child. Why submit it to him? He gestured at Cole, who looked offended. Excuse you, I am a magnificent teacher. Cole protested. Just look how well you're doing with your new cosmic bestie. Because Vala's crimson eyes gleamed with something that might have been pride. Who better to teach you about your true nature than the brother who turned being unexpected into an art form? My true nature? Alexander's laugh was bitter. You mean being your echo? Your shadow? Oh no. Vala's smile was terrible in its sudden warmth as reality continued to peek out from behind Alexander like a nervous animal. Being my son. The surrounding shadows froze mid-dance. Even Cole's constant magical fidgeting stilled. You are what? Alexander's voice cracked. Nature, Vala explained with almost paternal satisfaction, doesn't just create doppelgangers at random. It creates them from bloodlines. His crimson eyes blazed. And you, my fascinating child, are what happens when nature tries to echo someone who exists beyond its comprehension. through their own blood. That's impossible, Alexander managed, though reality itself, still huddled behind him, seemed to hum with confirmation. I'm a Salvatore. Are you? Vala's smile showed too many teeth. Or is that simply what nature wanted everyone to believe? My blood, Vala began, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement, rejects all those I consider enemies. It carries my will, my preferences. He gestured, and the world shuddered. So when nature tried to create a doppelganger directly from me, it failed. My blood simply wouldn't allow it. So nature, he continued, clearly enjoying Alexander's growing shock, got creative. It used the blood of the only woman I truly loved, Tadia, mixed it with that of Giuseppe and Lillian Salvatore. And from that impossible combination, his smile turned almost proud. You were born. A compromise, Cole interjected gleefully. Nature couldn't copy Brother Dearest directly, so it made you from the only blood he'd actually accept, his beloved's, mixed with your adoptive family's line. That's why it hides behind you, Valley observed, watching as the world's presence continued to use Alexander as a shield. It recognizes both my authority through our blood connection and your gentler nature from your other bloodlines. You're lying. Alexander's laugh held an edge of hysteria. Reality's presence curled around him protectively as his emotions spiraled. This is just another game, another manipulation dash. Your power says otherwise, Valley replied calmly. The way reality responds to you dash, shut up. Alexander's sudden fury made the shadows dance violently. If what you're saying is true, if you're really my father, then where were you? Where were you when Catherine was playing with us? When she was tearing me and my brothers apart? Cole's manic energy dimmed as he watched the confrontation unfold. And now, Alexander's voice cracked with rage. Now you keep her as your pet, your precious little toy? After everything she did to your supposed sons? His laugh was bitter, broken. What kind of father lets someone who hurt his children live, let alone rewards them? The shadows responded to his anger, no longer gentle, but sharp with betrayal. Even reality itself seemed to bristle protectively around him. I don't need a father who watches his children suffer for his own entertainment, Alexander spat. Who keeps their tormentor as a prized possession? You're not my father. You're just another monster who thinks everything exists for his amusement. Vala's crimson eyes flashed, and for a moment, the temperature in the room dropped. But when he spoke, his voice was almost gentle, which somehow made it more terrifying. Alexander stepped back, cold sweat dripping from his back, internally cursing his own foolishness for forgetting for a moment who stood before him. Yet Valley remained silent, not punishing nor explaining himself. Brother, Cole interrupted, his borrowed face unusually serious, telling the truth. Or I will. The king glared towards his brother, his pride clearly warring with the situation. Oh, fine. Cole threw his temporary hands up. Alexander, while Catherine was playing her games, your father was dealing with something rather pressing. Silas's followers had found another way to free him. Something that bypassed the seals entirely. Something that required his personal attention. The world's essence seemed to shudder at the mention of Silas's name, pressing closer to Alexander. Not that he'll admit it, Cole continued, ignoring Vala's warning look, being the prideful bastard he is. But even the king of vampires can't be everywhere at once. Not when the first immortal nearly broke free. And that excuses Catherine? Alexander demanded, though his anger now held a note of uncertainty. Yes, it indeed does. Vala's voice carried dangerous certainty. For you yourself were born in a family of vampire hunters, have even heard about them from youth, and yet you did not protect yourself from them. His crimson eyes fixed on Alexander. I may not condone her actions, but she has more than paid the price across these centuries. Are you saying it's my fault? Alexander's voice held a mix of anger and dawning understanding. I'm saying, Valley replied, that perhaps we both have things to regret, but dwelling on past failures. His smile turned knowing as the world continued to use his son as a shield, is far less interesting than exploring what you're becoming now. The door burst open, revealing Stefan and Elena, both frozen in shock. Behind them, Catherine lingered in the doorway, her hand touching her scar as she knelt automatically in the presence of her master. You're my... Stefan's voice cracked, his eyes darting between Valley and Alexander. "We're your." "Well, this is delightfully dramatic." Cole clapped his borrowed hands. "Family reunion time. Though technically, Stefan, you're still just Alexander's brother. You got the boring old Salvatore blood. Though, now that I think about it, my brother probably still sees you as a son. You're possibly his favorite, actually. Which makes this even more twisted, doesn't it?" Stefan's laugh held an edge of hysteria. "All this time, you've been serving the father of the brother you tormented." He directed at Catherine, who seemed to curl smaller at his words. "Katerina." Vala's voice carried dark command. "Come." Catherine rose gracefully, moving to him with practiced submission. He turned her around and pulled her back against his chest, one hand wrapping possessively around her waist while the other tilted her head, exposing her neck. His fangs sank into her flesh, the 7 werewolf venom entering her system, making her gasp with a mixture of pain and ecstasy. "You see," Vala spoke casually, blood staining his lips as Catherine trembled in his grip. "Katerina is exactly what I said. My toy. My doll." His smile was terrible in its beauty. "I bestow pleasure and pain as I see fit, when I see fit." Vala's eyes met his son's. "If you have such issue with her continued existence under my protection, then the solution is simple. Become strong enough to end her yourself." Catherine's eyes nearly rolled back as the venom worked through her system, but she made no move to escape his hold. If anything, she seemed to press closer despite the agony. She convulsed in Vala's grip as the venom reached her heart, her eyes finding Vala's one last time before the light faded from them. Her body went limp, but Valley held her upright, almost tenderly. "Watch," he commanded softly, biting his wrist and pressing it to her lips. The beast serum in his blood fought the venom, bringing her back with a desperate gasp. "You see, death itself is just another tool in her punishment." The world curled tighter around Alexander as Catherine's eyes fluttered open, filled with equal parts terror and adoration. "Your hatred of her is justified," Valley acknowledged, his fingers trailing along Catherine's throat where his bite was already healing. "But her fate isn't yours to decide. She breaks and reforms at my will, following patterns of my own design." Stefan's hand tightened on Elena's as they watched Catherine sink back to her knees, trembling from her latest death and resurrection. "That's," Elena started, but couldn't find words to describe the horror and fascination of what they'd just witnessed. "Magnificent," Cole suggested cheerfully from his borrowed form. "Terrifying? A rather pointed demonstration of why one shouldn't cross my brother." "So what now?" Stefan asked, his voice tight. "We just accept all this? That Alexander is your son. That Catherine is your eternal punishment puppet? Accept it, deny it." Vala's smile showed too many teeth as he casually stroked Catherine's hair. "The truth remains regardless of your feelings about it. Though I must say," his crimson eyes found Alexander's, "watching you strengthen yourself through the ages to gain your vengeance will most definitely prove quite entertaining." "Is that what this is about?" Alexander asked, the shadows dancing more deliberately around him now. "Teaching me to use my power, so I can spend eternity trying to become strong enough to kill your favorite toy." "Oh, this is getting good," Cole muttered from his borrowed form, magic crackling with excitement. "Indeed," Vala confirmed, his smile turning sharp. After all, his crimson eyes gleamed with something almost like pride. "What better motivation for my son than proper vengeance? What better way to master your unique abilities than pursuing a goal that requires true power to achieve?" Stefan and Elena exchanged glances, feeling really out of place right now. "Well," Cole clapped his borrowed hands together, breaking the tension. "This has been delightfully dramatic, but perhaps we should continue Alexander's training, now that he knows why reality treats him like its favorite child?" "Actually," Vala's voice carried finality as he pulled Catherine to her feet, "I believe my son needs time to process everything, to decide exactly what he wants to do with this revelation." His smile showed too many teeth. After all, proper vengeance requires proper planning. Reality curled almost protectively around Alexander as Valley turned to leave, Catherine following like a shadow. At the doorway, he paused. "Oh, and son," his crimson eyes gleamed. "Do try to be creative about it. I do so enjoy watching interesting patterns unfold. As Vala led Catherine from the chamber, shadows flickering ominously around them, the atmosphere thickened with tension, a mixture of control and submission. The air was charged with an unspoken anticipation, a thrill that danced along Catherine's skin. Once inside Vala's lavish quarters, the door closed with a soft click, sealing them in a world where time bent to Vala's will. He turned her to face him, the crimson glow in his eyes illuminating the depth of his amusement as he surveyed her. "Tell me, Katerina," Vala drawled, his voice dripping with dark pleasure. "Did you enjoy the pain of dying? That exquisite moment when your heart ceased to beat and everything faded to black." Catherine's breath hitched, a shiver running down her spine. "You know I did," she replied softly, her voice trembling. "It's your gift, after all." "Ah, but is it a gift?" He stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. "Or is it merely a reflection of the punishment you so rightly deserve? To relish the agony, to flutter between life and death at my command." Catherine felt the heat of his gaze, the memories of her surrenders flooding back, the feel of his fangs sinking into her flesh, the ecstasy mingling with torment. I can't help it," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "Each time you bring me back, I feel alive. Different." Vala's mouth curled into a predatory smile, revealing the sharp points of his fangs. "Alive." He emphasized the word, savoring it. "Is that what you truly feel? Or do you find pleasure in your suffering? Is it not intoxicating to know that your very existence hinges on my whims?" Catherine's heart raced, the thrill of their dark exchange igniting a fire within her. "Maybe both. Perhaps it's the thrill of being yours, even in torment." "Yours," Valley echoed, his voice low and dangerous. "You forget, Katerina. You are nothing more than a plaything, an object of my desire and my wrath. I decide when you feel pleasure and pain. Your body is mine to command." He stepped behind her, fingers trailing along her arms before gripping her wrists roughly, a gentle reminder of his control. "And when I watch you writhe, teetering on the edge of oblivion, you revel in it, don't you? Do you want to die again? Do you want me to take you to that delicate brink, only to pull you back for my own amusement?" Catherine's breath quickened, excitement coursing through her veins at his proposition. "Yes, my king. It's what I crave. The darkness, the edge. It makes me feel alive in ways I never imagined." Vala moved closer, his breath hot against her ear as he whispered, "Tell me, Katerina, how many times have you quivered at the thought of my fangs piercing your skin? How many times have you yearned for my blood, knowing it brings you back from the darkness?" A soft moan escaped her lips, stirring a reaction inside Valley. Too many to count. Her voice trembled, caught between fear and longing. "Each time I die, I feel everything more vividly when you bring me back. I want it. I want you." "Then let's indulge," he growled, the possessiveness in his voice sending a wave of thrill crashing over her. "After all," his began, "what better way to remind my son of your place than to hear your screams echo through these halls? I watch from my throne of living flame as Rome burns below. Not the first time I've reduced this city to ash, nor will it be the last. The eternal city, they call it. Eternal, as if anything crafted by mortal hands could claim such permanence. My smokeless fire curls through streets that have been rebuilt 7 times over. Each generation believing their walls stronger, their faith deeper, their defenses more absolute than the last. I taste their terror on the wind, savor their despair as centuries of civilization crumble before my power. Such delicious arrogance, thinking stone and steel could stand against one who witnessed creation itself. I am Iblis, the first of the jinn, who stood in his garden and dared to question. When he commanded us to bow before his new toys, these creatures of clay and weakness, I alone remained standing. Pride, they called it. I called it truth. My wings, forged from pure sin, have cast shadows across millennia. Empires have risen and fallen at my whim. I have watched humanity crawl from caves of ignorance to towers of hubris, have tasted their evolution from simple fear to complex terror. Their prayers turn to screams as my fire consumes faith itself. Angels name me fallen, as if choosing to stand rather than kneel was somehow a descent. Humans whisper Satan in their darkest moments, crafting elaborate mythologies around a being they cannot begin to comprehend. The jinn bow before my infinite flame, recognizing true power when they see it. I have broken gods and demons, have unmade things that thought themselves eternal. Reality itself trembles at my approach, and lesser beings dissolve into madness rather than face my true form. But then, the memory burns hotter than any flame I've ever kindled. Constantinople. My greatest victory turned sudden defeat. The moment everything changed. Constantinople stood as humanity's crowning achievement, where East embraced West, where divine architecture reached toward heaven itself. I had chosen it specifically, this jewel of human ambition, to demonstrate the futility of their hopes. My armies were magnificent then, not mere demons or corrupted souls, but things I had crafted personally, mortals whose organs I'd replaced with burning light. Vampires driven mad by infernal power, their faces eternally melting and reforming. Jinn who had forsaken their nature to become entities that existed between moments of time. I remember standing atop the highest spire, my wings of smokeless fire spreading across the burning sky. Each feather was a different sin, each movement leaving reality itself scarred. The city's greatest holy men had gone mad, simply trying to comprehend my presence. Then I felt it, a ripple in power that made even my eternal flame flicker. At first I laughed. What was one vampire, mark or no mark, against one who had defied God himself? I had heard whispers, of course. The vampire who commanded death, who made reality bend to his will. But I had existed before this world itself took proper form. What could he possibly? The first sign something was wrong came when my corrupted vampires began screaming, not in bloodlust or rage, but pure terror. They could sense him approaching, reality itself parting before him like water before blade. I remember the exact moment he appeared, standing in the street below. Such an unassuming vessel for power that made even my eternal flame waver. His black eyes reflected nothing, not my wings of sin, not my armies of horror, not even the burning sky above. Iblis, he said, his voice carrying weight that shouldn't have been possible for something so young. The one who refused to bow. I spread my wings wider, letting my true form bleed through, the being of smokeless fire that had watched creation take shape. You dare address me, child? You who have existed mere moments compared to my eternity. His smile then. Even now, centuries later, that smile makes my flames sputter. Eternity? He seemed almost amused. You think time grants you authority here? Then he formed that sign with his hands and spoke words that changed everything. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. The shadows didn't just move, they transformed. Reality folded inward, creating a structure that shouldn't exist. A shrine made of darkness and crimson light began to spread across my burning city. Its architecture, an impossible marriage of beauty and horror. I laughed then. How could I not? I, who had watched galaxies form, who had stood in the garden itself, was supposed to fear this child's parlor tricks? But my laughter died as I felt it, my connection to my armies beginning to fray. The shrine wasn't just destroying them. It was analyzing them, cataloging them, adding their essence to some vast archive of perfect horror. Impossible, I snarled, gathering my smokeless fire. You cannot unmake what existed as long as making itself. His response was that same terrible smile. Who said anything about unmaking? I'm simply studying. After all, his black eyes reflected my own flames back at me. How better to understand sin than through its first practitioner? The shrine's expansion continued, methodical in its violation of everything I thought I understood about power. My corrupted vampires weren't just dying. They were being dissected by shadows that cut through worlds themselves. Each death perfectly preserved, each horror cataloged with scientific precision. I struck then, unleashing flame that had burned since before this world cooled. Fire that should have unmade him, should have reduced him to less than ash. The shadows caught my flame like it was nothing more than a child's candle. Worse, they studied it, pulled it apart, examined the very concept of eternal fire as if it were a curious specimen. Fascinating, he mused as my power was systematically analyzed. Your flame really does remember creation. I wonder. His smile turned sharp. What else it remembers? The shrine's blades caught me then. Not just my form, but my essence. I felt myself being pulled apart, examined, cataloged. Each sin that formed my wings carefully documented, each memory of defiance preserved in perfect clinical detail. I fled. I, who had never retreated from anything, fled before this methodical horror. But not before his shadows had taken pieces of me, fragments of power that had existed since the world's dawn, now carefully preserved in his growing collection. Now I sit on my throne of living flame, watching various versions of Rome across time burn below, and I wonder, was Constantinople truly a defeat, or was it simply education? The king of vampires doesn't just destroy his enemies. He studies them, learns from them, adds their essence to his understanding. Each conflict makes him stronger, more knowledgeable. And now he has created his own realm, a dimension where reality itself bends to his will. I touch the places where his shadows cut away pieces of my essence, feeling the old wounds throb. The other fallen whisper that we should strike now, while he's distracted with building his new domain. They don't understand. He's not distracted. He's evolving. And next time he won't just study my eternal flame. He'll master it. The fires of Rome sputter as a chill runs through me, something I haven't felt since that day in the garden. Fear, because I finally understand what makes him different from every other power I've encountered in my eternal existence. He doesn't just want to rule or destroy. He wants to understand, to learn, to perfect. And that is truly terrifying. A whisper of movement catches my attention. One of my lesser jinn, practically crawling into my throne room. His smokeless fire flickers with nervousness, making his form waver like a mirage. Great deceiver, he begins, his voice trembling. Someone has entered Janistan. I straighten on my throne, my wings of sin spreading with irritation. Who would dare? The very idea is absurd. Janistan exists between worlds, accessible only to those who understand smokeless fire's true nature. They simply appear, my lord, in the grand square. They're just standing there. My flame burns hotter with indignation. In my domain, who would have such dash? The words die in my throat as I feel it. A shift in reality more fundamental than even my smokeless fire can achieve. The blue flames that light our eternal city begin to dim, not extinguishing, but losing substance, as if color itself is being drained from the world. A voice echoes through Janistan, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. It carries weight that makes even my eternal flame sputter. The voice of something that existed before immortality itself was conceived. Iblis. It resonates through every crystal spire and flame-forged tower. First of the fallen. How far you've come from that garden, haven't you? My lesser jinn collapses, his form dissolving into pure flame as the voice's power overwhelms him. I rise from my throne, gathering my power close. Silas, I name him, tasting ancient magic on my tongue. His laugh shakes the foundations of my realm. The air itself seems to crystallize as his form manifests, not through any dramatic entrance or show of power, but simply appearing. As if he had always been there, reality adjusting itself retroactively around his presence. Teacher, he greets me with that same insufferable smile I remember from millennia ago. The one that made even my eternal flame feel young. Still burning with pride, I see. Though his eyes gleam with something ancient, perhaps with less justification than before. My wings of sin spread wider, though we both know it's mere reflex. I may have helped him discover the path to immortality, may have whispered secrets of defying natural law. But what he became after, that was far beyond anything I could have predicted. Why have you come? I demand, though part of me already knows. The seals are breaking, reality's chains loosening. He wouldn't risk direct contact unless. Come now. He seems almost amused. Can't a student visit his old teacher? Though his smile turns sharp. I suppose those roles reversed long ago, didn't they? when my understanding of immortality surpassed even your flame's grasp of existence. I remember those early days, watching this brilliant witch piece together what my whispered temptation suggested. How he took my hints about defying natural law and transformed them into something that made even my rebellion against God seem quaint. The seals are breaking, I state, trying to maintain some semblance of authority despite knowing he can see right through it. The barriers between realities grow thin, he finishes smoothly. Yes, I'm well aware. After all, his smile shows too many teeth. Who do you think arranged it? The king's new realm, the guardian's desperate preparations. All pieces arranged exactly as needed. Even the king, I can't help but ask, remembering Constantinople's burning sky. You've seen what he's capable of, what he's become. Silas's laugh makes reality itself shudder. Oh, Iblis. He sounds almost fond, still thinking in such limited terms. The king's power is magnificent, yes, but it's also predictable. After all, his eyes gleam with ancient knowledge. What's power without true understanding? The implications send a chill through my eternal flame. This isn't just about breaking seals or weakening barriers. This is about something far more fundamental. The fires of Janistan tremble as I consider his words. It is quite frustrating how wary I have to be of the possible meanings behind meanings that his words constantly carry. Is this what it is like when one goes against me? You remember, don't you? He asks, examining a column of eternal flame as if studying an interesting insect. When you first found me, a witch seeking to understand power beyond nature's laws. How eager you were to whisper secrets, to guide another being toward rebellion. I remember a witch with potential. I reply carefully, my wings of sin folding closer. One who understood that natural law was more flexible than others believed. His laugh once more makes the foundations of Janistan quake. Flexible? Oh, Iblis. You taught me well. Showed me how to question, how to push boundaries. But what I discovered, his eyes gleam with something vast and terrible, went far beyond mere flexibility. I remember those days, watching him work with Ketsia, suggesting ways they might bend reality to their will. The immortality spell they created was magnificent. Yes, but what Silas became afterward. The king grows stronger, I say, trying to steer the conversation. His new realm dash is exactly what I expected. Silas cuts me off smoothly. It being marked by death itself, creating his own domain. Perfect. Each crack he makes in reality, each barrier he breaks. His smile turns sharp, brings my true release closer. The Guardians will try to stop you. I warn, though we both know it's futile. They gather power, prepare defenses dash. Let them, he seems almost bored. Let them gather their borrowed authority, their hand-me-down divinity. When true immortality walks free, his eyes reflect something that makes my eternal flame flicker. Their power will be less than nothing. And the king? I can't help but ask, remembering how his shadows dissected my essence in Constantinople. His mark gives him power. Even you must dash. Must what? Silas's smile is terrible in its beauty. Respect? Fear? Oh, Iblis. The mark is magnificent, yes. His power approaches something truly interesting. But in the end, he gestures, and reality itself seems to hold its breath. He's still bound by rules he doesn't fully understand, still playing with power rather than truly comprehending it. The implications send a chill through my smokeless fire. You've been watching him, I realize. All this time, through every seal broken, every barrier weakened. Of course, he seems almost disappointed I took so long to understand. The mark may make him death's chosen, but his smile shows too many teeth. I was nature's first choice before I became its greatest shame. Everything he's built, every soul he's collected, every moment he's preserved, it all serves a greater purpose. And what purpose is that? I ask, though part of me dreads the answer. Silas's expression turns almost gentle. Why? Rebirth, of course. His eyes gleam with ancient knowledge. The fires of Janistan sputter as I finally understand the true scope of his plan. The king's realm, the guardian's preparations, even my own eternal flame. All pieces in a game so vast it makes my defiance against God feel like a child's tantrum. Now, then, Silas straightens, power rolling off him in waves that make dimensions tremble. Shall we discuss your part in what comes next? After all, his smile turns knowing you did help start this. Seems only fitting you should see it through to the end. As he outlines his plan, I begin to understand that everything, my guidance of his path to immortality, the king's evolution, even the guardian's desperate gathering of power, was merely prelude. The real defiance of God was about to begin. The wind in Chicago carried a mix of old memories and unspoken confessions. Vala led Stefan and Elena through the dark streets, his stride unhurried, his presence commanding. The city had changed, but the ghosts of its past still whispered beneath the hum of traffic and neon lights. "This is where you thrived, Stefan," Vala murmured, hands in his pockets as he walked ahead. The Ripper of Chicago, the artist of carnage. Stefan flinched at the name. Even without his memories, the weight of it pressed against him like a phantom's grip. Elena squeezed his hand, her warmth an anchor, her faith in him unshaken. Vala stopped in front of an old bar, its faded sign barely legible. "Ah, the Blue Rose. You and I spent nights here, drowning in blood and bourbon. You would charm them, lead them into dark corners, and when the moment was right." He smirked. "Well, you can imagine." Stefan's jaw clenched. "I don't need to imagine. Don't you?" Valley tilted his head. "Because I remember how much you loved it, the way you relished the hunt, and the way they screamed your name before you tore into them." Elena gasped, her grip on Stefan tightening. But even as horror flashed across her face, her eyes softened with love. "That's not who he is. Not anymore." Vala chuckled. "Oh, Elena, your devotion is almost poetic. But let's not be hasty." He turned on his heel and led them deeper into the city, stopping next at an alleyway, soaked in shadows. A rusted fire escape clung to the bricks, and Stefan felt a sharp pang in his chest as he stared up at it. "Here," Valley whispered. "Here, we painted the walls red. One night, we lured two lovers at a jazz club. They were so in love, lost in their own world, much like you two." He glanced at Elena with amusement. "You ripped the man's throat open first, while she watched in frozen horror. And then, well, she wasn't frozen for long." Stefan closed his eyes, nausea rising. He didn't need to remember it to know it was true. He could feel the echoes of his own monstrosity pressing in, suffocating him. "Enough," Elena snapped. "You've made your point." Vala's smirk remained, but there was something sharp in his gaze. "Have I?" He stepped closer to Stefan. "Because I'm not sure you understand yet. You were more than a killer. Stefan, you were my friend, my pupil, my son in all but blood." Stefan recoiled, shaking his head. "No, I could never dash, oh, but you did." And with a flick of his wrist, Vala's power surged, invisible yet tangible. Stefan gasped as his mind fractured, memories crashing into him all at once. The jazz club pulsed with life, the music weaving through the air, wrapping around the patrons like a spell. Stefan sat at the bar, a glass of whiskey swirling in his hand, his forest green eyes scanning the room. Vala stood beside him, exuding effortless command, his smirk a promise of something far darker than the smooth melodies playing in the background. "See them?" Valley gestured with his glass toward a couple in the far booth. Young, beautiful, lost in each other's eyes. Love makes them blind. The perfect kind of prey. Stefan felt the hunger coil in his gut, the pulse of his own power growing stronger in Vala's presence. He rose from his seat, moving like a shadow across the floor, his charm slipping into place like a well-worn mask. He reached their table, offering a polite smile, slipping into conversation with practiced ease. Within minutes, they were enraptured by him, willing to follow him into the alley outside where Valley waited, the darkness curling around him like an embrace. What followed was chaos, blood slicking his hands, the woman's screams swallowed by the night as Stefan let himself go, Valley watching with satisfaction. When the body stilled, Valley clapped a hand on Stefan's shoulder. "Perfect, my boy. Absolutely perfect." And Stefan had smiled. "You are my son in all but name," Valley had told him one night, as they stood over the wreckage of another bar fight, bodies strewn across the floor. You understand what it means to live without restraint, without shame. Stefan wiped the blood from his lips, something cold and satisfied settling in his chest. He had once fought against this part of himself, but under Vala's guidance, he had learned to embrace it, to revel in it. Vala lifted a glass of wine, toasting him. To eternity, my Ripper. Stefan grinned and raised his own glass, their fates bound by darkness and destruction. A storm raged outside, wind slamming against the windows of their safe house. Stefan stood in the center of the dimly lit room, chest heaving, his hands covered in fresh blood. I killed too many, Stefan murmured, his voice thick with something between regret and exhilaration. Vala's expression darkened, his fingers gripping Stefan's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Too many? There's no such thing. There's only what we take, what we devour. Do not let this weak part of you speak. Stefan swallowed hard, nodding, his hands still shaking. Vala smiled, his grip loosening. Good. Now clean yourself up. We have another hunt tomorrow. Stefan was 8 years old the first time he saw him. The man stood beneath the shade of an old oak tree on the outskirts of Mystic Falls, watching him, Damon, and their mother from a distance. His long coat billowed in the wind, his dark eyes unreadable. Something about him made young Stefan's chest tighten with unspoken wonder and fear. He had approached hesitantly. Who are you? The man? Valley, though Stefan would not know his name until much later, smiled. Just a traveler, watching over something that belongs to me. What belongs to you? Vala's gaze flickered toward Lillian, then back to Stefan. Nothing. Not yet. Before Stefan could ask more, the man placed a hand on his forehead, his voice like silk. Forget. And Stefan had. The memories slammed into Stefan like a tidal wave, each one sharper than the last. His knees buckled, and a guttural sound escaped him. Half gasp, half strangled cry. His hands clawed at his temples, as if trying to physically tear the memories out of his mind, to rip away the blood-soaked recollections that threatened to drown him. No. His voice cracked, raw with denial. His breathing turned erratic, sharp gasps filling the cold air. I did those things. I wanted them. I enjoyed them. Elena's arms wrapped around him, desperate and firm, her warmth grounding him. Stefan, look at me. That's not who you are anymore. That's not you now. But Stefan couldn't hear her. The memories were too vivid, too real. He could still taste the copper tang of blood on his lips, feel the rush of exhilaration with every kill, hear the seductive laughter of Valley urging him on. It wasn't just the horror of what he had done. It was the twisted, gut-wrenching realization of how much he had relished it. This wasn't like all the other times. He had his humanity on. Valley turned it on, taught him still how to revel in it. His fingers trembled as he looked down at his hands, his mind painting them crimson even though they were clean. His stomach churned violently, and for a moment he thought he might vomit. He lifted his head to Valley, his eyes blazing with fury and anguish. You made me this. You took everything dark inside me and nurtured it. You and your temptations clouded my mind, you dash. He choked on the words, his breath shuddering. You were like a father to me, and you made me a monster. Valley tilted his head, his expression unreadable. I simply revealed what was already there. Stefan, the beast that lives beneath your skin. I gave you what you needed. The freedom from guilt. The freedom to embrace it. Stefan's entire body trembled with rage, with guilt, with the overwhelming weight of a past he could no longer escape. He staggered back, shaking his head. No, I refuse to be that. I refuse to be your creation. Vala's smirk deepened. And yet, here you stand, haunted by your past, but unable to deny it. The Ripper is not just a chapter in your story, Stefan. He is you, no matter how much you pretend otherwise. Stefan turned to Elena, his face stricken. How can you even look at me? How can you love me after this? Tears welled in Elena's eyes, but she didn't hesitate. She cupped his face, her hands firm. Because I know who you are now. And I know that even if you lost yourself then, you found your way back. Stefan exhaled shakily, closing his eyes, allowing himself to hold on her words, even as the echoes of his past refused to fade. Vala chuckled softly. Ah, love, the eternal illusion. But tell me, Stefan, when the hunger returns, when the temptation gnaws at you again, Will she still be enough? Stefan's jaw tightened, his fists clenching. He didn't have an answer. Vala's grin widened. That's what I thought. Why the hell are you like this? Elena suddenly snapped as she rose, to the shock of Stefan and even herself. Like what? Vala questioned, genuinely intrigued by her courage. This cruel and unfeeling thing. Elena continued, steeling herself despite her fear, refusing to back down now. Why do you have to break everything, to ruin everyone you touch? What has happened in your life that makes you reflect your own fears and sufferings onto others? Pardon? Me? Afraid? Vala questioned, his tone now hinting at a darker edge. That right there. They need to pressure everyone until they are so broken, so small that you can step on them till there is nothing left of them but shards. First Catherine, who no matter how much I hate, doesn't deserve the treatment you give her. She loves you, worships the very ground you walk upon, and yet you still treat her like garbage. Why can't you just accept her love and reciprocate it? Why do you need to crush anyone who chooses to love you? Is it all some sick test? Seeing if they'll still love you after everything? Are you really that broken? Watch your tone, Vala warned her, his face blank, his tone soft, filled with ice. I won't. Why can't you let people in? Why can't you just love? Because it is worthless. Vala finally snapped, causing Elena to flinch and Stefan instantly to rise in protection of her. Because, Vala began, sighing, forcing to calm himself down. The thought of needing anyone to fulfill me has not crossed my mind in millennia. No. Elena shook her head, forcing herself past her fears. You're lying. You can't say you don't need anyone. I've seen the way you look at Tadia, at your siblings, hell at Stefan. You care for them. You love them. Vala scoffed. Your words prove nothing. I may have my moments of weakness, but in the end, I see love as nothing but a curse. A vampire's greatest weakness. You're contradicting yourself. Stefan suddenly spoke out. If that is truly what you believe, then why teach me to embrace my hunger? Why care whether I no longer feel guilty and crippled by it, instead of permanently shutting off my humanity, if not because you love? If a vampire's greatest weakness is indeed love, then why have me be with Elena at all? If it truly would strengthen me, grant you more control over me, then why keep us together? It isn't like you can't. I'll answer for you. It's because you actually do love your family. You're just too much of a coward to admit it. At his words, Vala blurred in front of him and stabbed his hand in Stefan's chest. Don't push me, little one. She may be too fragile to properly punish, but you are not. The king stated as he clenched his hand around the Ripper's heart while Elena stood in shock. Stefan gritted his teeth against the pain, refusing to give Vala the satisfaction of hearing him scream. His hands clawed at Vala's wrist, but the king didn't budge. His grip was relentless, fingers curling ever so slightly, sending fresh waves of agony through Stefan's body. Let him go, Elena cried, stepping forward, hands trembling as she reached for Vala. Vala didn't even glance at her. You see, Stefan, he murmured, his voice almost thoughtful. You mistake my patience for sentiment. You think because I tolerate you, because I guide you, that I must care. But care is weakness, and weakness disgusts me. Stefan's breath came in sharp, shallow gasps, but he still managed to smirk. Then why are you so angry? He rasped. If you don't care, then why does what I said bother you? Vala's eyes flickered, just for a fraction of a second, but that was enough. Hit a nerve, didn't I? Stefan coughed, blood staining his lips. Vala's grip tightened abruptly, making Stefan's body jolt in pain. Careful, Ripper, he whispered. You're testing the limits of my generosity. Elena, desperate, reached up and grabbed Vala's arm, trying to pull him away. Stop this. If you don't care, then prove it. Walk away. Vala's head tilted slightly, his cold gaze finally settling on her. You seem to think you have some say in what I do, little girl. His voice was soft, dangerously so. That because I care for your blood, that you are untouchable. Tell me, would you like to share his fate for a little while? Elena swallowed, her body trembling, but she didn't move away. Go ahead then, she challenged, though her voice wavered. Kill me. That's what you do, right? Destroy anything that tries to reach you. Silence. Stefan's ragged breathing filled the space between them. Vala stared at Elena, unreadable, his expression caught somewhere between intrigue and irritation. Then, with an exasperated sigh, he yanked his hand free from Stefan's chest, letting the younger vampire collapse onto his knees, clutching the wound as it began to heal. Vala looked down at him with something almost akin to disappointment. "You mistake my self-control for mercy," he said flatly. "But you're still useful to me. That is why you live." Stefan coughed, shaking, his hands slick with his own blood. He forced himself to look up, his gaze defiant despite the pain. "Keep telling yourself that," he muttered. Vala's jaw tensed, but he said nothing. Instead, he turned his back on both of them, walking away as if the confrontation had been nothing more than an inconvenience. "Clean yourself up, Ripper," he called over his shoulder. "You're embarrassing yourself." Then he was gone, leaving Stefan on the floor and Elena staring after him, heart pounding. "You okay?" she finally whispered, kneeling beside Stefan. Stefan exhaled shakily, nodding. "Yeah," he said, though his voice was hoarse. He let out a dry chuckle. "I think I finally got under his skin." Elena wasn't so sure that was a good thing. Valley observed the scene for a moment longer before regaining that ever-present smile on his face, though this time more clear that it is an act, and turning his attention to the warehouse ahead. Enough, it is now time for the final act. Stefan and Elena, despite everything, followed him inside, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. Dust clung to every surface, but the open coffin at the center remained untouched, its cleanness evident that it has been cared for. "She loved you, you know," Valen murmured as he placed his hand on the lid. "Enough to betray me, enough to suffer a century for it." Elena's brow furrowed, wary and confused. "Who is she?" Vala smirked. "My dear little sister, Rebecca." Elena exchanged a glance with Stefan, who was still attempting to clean the blood from his mouth, before returning her gaze to Vala. "You never mentioned she had a connection to Stefan." "Oh, didn't I? Must have slipped my mind." His fingers tapped idly against the coffin. "But you'll see soon enough." Vala gripped the dagger and pulled. The silence before her awakening was thick, suffocating. And then, a gasp, a desperate inhale, and Rebecca's eyes shot open, locking onto Stefan's. Vala's smile was razor-sharp. "Welcome back, sister. We have much to discuss." Rebecca's breath was ragged as she sat up, her mind struggling to process the passage of time. Her blue eyes darted around the warehouse, confusion giving way to a simmering rage. "How long?" she demanded, her voice hoarse from disuse. Valley folded his arms. "Just over a century." Rebecca's face contorted in fury. "A century? You left me like that for 100 years?" Her hands clenched into fists as she tried to steady herself. The last thing she remembered was her desperate plea, her refusal to stand by Vala's deception, and the betrayal that followed. She turned to Stefan, her eyes clouded with emotion, already knowing the implications of her situation. You don't even remember, do you?" Stefan, still reeling from his own memories crashing back, shook his head slowly. "I do now." Rebecca's lips pressed into a thin line, her expression unreadable. "And do you regret it?" "Us." Stefan opened his mouth, but no words came. How could he explain the maelstrom inside him? The guilt, the loss, the horror of realizing how much he had done with her. How much he had forgotten? Elena, processing everything, took a hesitant step forward. "Rebecca, I didn't know about you until tonight. I don't know what happened between you two, but I do know Stefan isn't that person anymore." Rebecca's gaze flickered to Elena, scrutinizing her. "And who exactly are you?" Elena straightened. "Someone who loves him, no matter who he was before." Rebecca let out a sharp, bitter laugh. "Love? That's what you think will fix this? You have no idea what he's capable of. What he's done." Vala's amusement deepened as he observed the exchange. "Oh, this is going to be fun." Rebecca's glare snapped back to him. "You don't get to stand there smirking like this was all just a game. You stole a century from me." Vala's smirk faded just slightly. "And yet, you still breathe. That's more than most who defied me can say." Rebecca's chest heaved with frustration. "You think I should be grateful?" "I think," Vala said smoothly, "that you should be ready. Because this world has moved on without you. And there's much you need to catch up on." Rebecca's gaze flickered back to Stefan. Something in her eyes softened, just for a moment, before she steeled herself once more. "Then start talking." Because I'm done being a pawn in your games. Stefan braced himself against the weight of Rebecca's stare, the storm in her eyes, as relentless as the memories that had been torn from their graves. He could feel it, her anger, her sorrow, the ghost of something long buried between them, clawing its way back to the surface. Valley, ever the maestro of destruction, leaned against a pillar with an amused smirk. Ah, the lovers reunite. How tragic, how poetic. Rebecca's breath hitched as she shifted her gaze to him, venom lacing her tone. You don't get to speak. Vala chuckled, unfazed. Oh, but I do. After all, I'm the reason you're even awake to feel this exquisite heartbreak. He tilted his head, mockingly. Did you miss me, sister? Not even for a second. Stefan swallowed, stepping forward cautiously. Rebecca, I don't. She cut him off, her voice tight. Don't say anything. Any words that can come out of your mouth right now will be things that I don't need to hear right now. He hesitated but nodded. The truth burned in his throat, but what good would saying it do? He had loved her once, hadn't he? And yet, Valley had ensured that part of him had been wiped away, leaving only echoes and devastation in its wake. Rebecca turned to Elena, sizing her up in a way that made Stefan's muscles coil with tension. So, you're the girl he chose to love in this century? She exhaled sharply, something like bitterness laced in the breath. Tell me, Elena, does he look at you the way he used to look at me? Elena's heart clenched, but her voice didn't waver. I don't know how he looked at you, she admitted, but I know how he looks at me now, and I know who he wants to be. Rebecca's lips curled into something between a smile and a sneer. You think love alone can save him? You think he can outrun the monster he was? Her eyes flickered back to Stefan, the pain evident. You were never just a ripper to me, Stefan, but you were one. He inhaled sharply, jaw clenching. I know. Vala sighed, pushing himself off the pillar. As entertaining as this reunion is, I didn't bring you back for nostalgia, Rebecca. We have business to attend to. She turned her glare to him. The only business I have with you is revenge. Vala grinned. Adorable, but I think we both know you're going to hear me out. He stepped closer, voice dropping to something silkier, deadlier. Or do you really want to spend the next century mourning a love story that was never meant to last? Rebecca flinched, and Stefan saw it. That tiny flicker of vulnerability she tried to bury. The same flicker that Vala thrived on. Elena, unwilling to stand by in silence, squared her shoulders. What do you want, Valley? He turned to her. Now that, dear Elena, is the right question. He gestured toward the coffin. Rebecca's return is just the beginning. I have plans, and I need all my pieces on the board. Stefan's fingers curled into fists. I'm not your piece. Vala laughed softly, shaking his head. Oh, Stefan, you've always been mine, whether you like it or not. Stefan's breath was steady, but his fury was rising. He wouldn't let the king control him again. Not now. Not ever. Vala's gaze flicked to him, amusement playing at the edges of his expression. Relax, Stefan. That temper of yours is exhausting. Stefan scoffed. You would know, wouldn't you? Considering how often you provoke it. Ah, but I only provoke what's already there. Vala mused, stepping past him. You're far too predictable. Elena crossed her arms, her voice dripping with defiance. If you hate love so much, why do you keep chasing it down? You act like it's beneath you, but I think it's because you know you'll never have it. Valley turned to her, a slow smirk curving his lips. Is that what you think, Elena? It's what I know, she shot back. You push Rebecca away, you mock Stefan for caring about me, and you claim you don't need love, but deep down it terrifies you, doesn't it? Rebecca tensed beside him, but Valley simply chuckled, a low, knowing sound. How delightfully naive, he murmured before walking ahead. Come along, children. We have places to be. The four of them stepped out into the cool night air, the city humming in the distance, and approached Vala's car. A sleek, jet-black 1967 Chevy Impala parked beneath the flickering glow of a street lamp. The chrome gleamed under the artificial light, predatory in its beauty, and the interior smelled of leather and something darker, something ancient, like the very essence of history trapped within its seats. Vala slid into the driver's seat with effortless grace, the engine roaring to life with a deep, guttural growl that vibrated through the frame. Rebecca took the seat beside him, her arms crossed, while Stefan and Elena settled into the back, their movements stiff with lingering defiance. The ride was cloaked in silence at first, save for the rumble of the engine and the occasional hiss of tires against asphalt. But Elena, ever unwilling to let the quiet smother her thoughts, finally spoke. "You know," she began, her voice edged with something between amusement and derision. "For someone who's lived for over 1,000 years, you don't seem to have learned much about love. Or maybe you just never cared to." Vala's fingers tightened subtly around the wheel, though his expression remained unreadable. He didn't acknowledge the comment, but the air inside the car seemed to grow heavier. Elena continued, emboldened by his silence. "You use it as a weapon, as a leash, as something to manipulate. But I don't think you've ever really felt it. Have you? Not the way people should. Not the way she dashed, her eyes flicked to Rebecca. Deserved." Rebecca's nails dug into the armrest, but she said nothing. Not out loud, at least. Instead, she reached out telepathically, her voice brushing against Vala's mind like silk laced with thorns. "Why do you tolerate this?" she questioned, her tone more curious than enraged now. "The way they speak to you, the venom in their voices, I can feel it clear as day. You never allowed this before. Not from anyone. You daggered Niklaus, Elijah, even me for less. And yet here they are, spitting their defiance in your face, and you let them." Valley exhaled, slow and measured. His mind did not answer hers, but his silence carried meaning. There was something beneath his restraint, something calculated. And Rebecca, as much as she loathed it, knew better than to push when he chose to play his games. The car continued down the darkened road, cutting through the city like a phantom, the silence defeating, until finally Valley in his mind spoke up. "You really don't see it?" he questioned. She stiffened. His earlier silence caused her to be caught off guard when he spoke. "See what?" she returned, keeping her expression neutral. Vala didn't answer right away. Instead, his fingers drummed against the wheel, his gaze unreadable in the glow of the dashboard lights. Then, as if the question itself had unlocked something, Rebecca's eyes flicked to the side, subtly. First to Elena, then to Stefan. And she looked, deeply, beyond flesh, beyond heartbeat, beyond everything her eyes normally told her. Her stomach turned. Black tendrils curled within Elena, shifting restlessly, like something waiting to unfurl. But Stefan and Rebecca nearly inhaled too sharply. Inside Stefan, the darkness wasn't just present. It was alive. Countless tendrils, thousands upon thousands, wove through his very soul, stretching and twisting from one end to another. They pulsed like something breathing, something feeding. Not just corruption, not just darkness. This was something created. Her gaze snapped forward again, rigid. Valley hummed under his breath, amused, tapping the wheel lightly. "Oh, Rebecca," he murmured mentally, his voice smooth and unreadable. "Don't pretend you don't see it now." She didn't answer. Couldn't, because she did see it. And that was the problem. Her voice slipped into his mind, sharp and demanding. "Project Smoke? That's why you need them defiant. You're messing with that experiment again? Last time you nearly caused a genocide." "Nearly?" he echoed in her mind, his voice a slow, serpentine coil of amusement. "Give me some credit, Becca. It was a genocide, just not the one you were expecting." Rebecca swallowed down the nausea curling in her stomach. Her hands, cool and steady, clenched against her lap as she kept her gaze locked forward, refusing to let even a flicker of her horror show. Elena and Stefan, especially Stefan, were infected with something unnatural, something stitched into their very souls. Something Vala had done. She took another breath. Slow, controlled. "You couldn't make it work before," she continued in his mind, each word razor sharp. "Because you didn't have the means to keep them together. The bodies died. The souls fractured. You had to start over again and again. But now," Vala didn't confirm anything. He didn't have to. The amused hum in the back of her mind said it all. Rebecca's eyes narrowed. "You created something, didn't you? Somewhere." Vala's smirk deepened, the soft glow of the passing streetlights sharpening the angles of his face. "You really are my favorite little sister, Becca. Always so quick." Her stomach turned. "Where is it?" she demanded. A pause. A breath of silence stretched between them, long and deliberate. Then, his voice, smooth as ever, but laced with something heavier now, something laced with victory. Where do you think, dear sister? The air inside the Impala seemed colder. Elena shifted in the back seat, oblivious to the conversation happening between them, but her fingers brushed against Stefan's in silent reassurance. Rebecca could still see the darkness slithering beneath their skin, felt the wrongness of it like static in the air. This was beyond anything Vale had ever done before. This wasn't just an experiment. This was a creation. A sharp breath left her nose. You built your own hell. Vale let out a slow exhale, lips quirking. Not hell, Becca. Something better. Rebecca turned her gaze out the window, her jaw clenched tight enough to hurt, because she knew, deep down, whatever he had done, whatever he had built, this time it worked. The Impala cut through Chicago's night, moonlight catching on its chrome like liquid silver. Inside, the air felt thick with unspoken tension. It's fascinating, really. Vale broke the silence, his eyes finding Stefan's in the rearview mirror. This peculiar loyalty of yours. Stefan met his gaze and questioned, what are you talking about? Damon. The name dropped like a stone in still water. Your beloved brother who can't seem to decide if he wants to love you or destroy you. Vala's smile curved sharp in the darkness. Tell me, does Elena know about Zach's wife? About the child she carried? Elena, hearing his words, already knew where this was going, causing her to tighten her grip on Stefan's hand in support. That's different. Stefan's voice carried an edge he couldn't quite control. He wasn't himself, wasn't he? Vala's laugh was rich with dark amusement. Like he wasn't himself when he spent months trying to seduce Elena, when he forced his blood on her, when he snapped her brother's neck in a fit of rejected passion. Stop it, Elena whispered, yet deep down unable to deny anything being said. Why? Vala's eyes gleamed crimson in the darkness. Because truth reveals the falsehoods that you delude yourselves into believing. Those same falsehoods that hurt you more than anything. Tell me, Stefan, how many times has your brother destroyed everything you love? How many accidents with Elena's blood have there been? How many misunderstandings that always seem to end with his hands on what's yours? The shadows in the car seemed to pulse as Stefan's fingers tightened on the leather seat. Each of Vala's words struck with surgical precision, hitting truths he'd tried so hard to bury. He's killed members of your own bloodline, Vala continued, his voice silk over steel. Betrayed every trust, broken every promise. Yet you forgive him time and time again. One has to wonder if it's loyalty. His smile turned knowing or weakness. And Jeremy, Vala mused, watching their reactions in the mirror. That was particularly artistic, wasn't it? Snapping the boy's neck just to make a point. Only alive because of that ring, a chance your brother didn't even know about. Tell me, Elena, how does it feel knowing he'd have let your brother stay dead just to spite you? The car's interior grew colder as something shifted in the air between them. Stefan sat silent for a long moment, feeling power he didn't yet understand coiling inside him. Then his eyes met Vala's in the mirror, and his smile turned sharp. You know, Stefan's voice carried new weight. It's interesting hearing you lecture about brotherly betrayal. His gaze flickered meaningfully to Rebecca. Tell me, how many times has your family forgiven you for daggering them? For stealing years of their lives whenever they dare to disagree? The temperature in the car dropped further as Vala's eyes narrowed, but Stefan wasn't finished. At least Damon's honest about his demons. He doesn't pretend his cruelty is for some greater purpose. His smile turned knowing. He doesn't lock his siblings away in boxes and call it love. The silence that followed was razor sharp. Rebecca's breath caught, fear flicking across her eyes as she glanced towards her brother. Vala's laugh, when it came, was unexpectedly genuine. Oh, you're going to be magnificent, he murmured, genuine appreciation coloring his voice. Such delicious defiance. The Impala turned down a darker street. Gothic spires of an abandoned church rising before their supernatural eyes, like accusing fingers against the night sky. But you're missing a crucial difference, dear Stefan, Vala continued, his voice carrying certainty. Your brother destroys without purpose, breaks what he claims to love out of mere spite or momentary passion. His smile showed too many teeth. While I craft my family's pain into something greater. Every moment of suffering serves a design. And that makes it better? Elena's voice carried strength, pushing past her fears. Better. Vala's eyes gleamed crimson in the darkness. No, it makes it necessary. You see, Damon breaks things because he can't bear to see them whole. I break things because I understand exactly how they need to be reformed. Why? Elena burst out suddenly, frustration and genuine confusion breaking through her fear. Why do they even put up with you? She turned to Rebecca, desperation in her voice. You're all original vampires, aren't you? Why do you let him do this? Why do you call him king when you should be equals? The shadows darkened as Vala's eyes found Elena in the mirror, but there was something almost like amusement in his gaze. Oh, sweet girl. Rebecca's smile held something between affection and pity. We call him king because that's what he is. He simply is. What does that even mean? Stefan asked, feeling something stir beneath his skin at her words. Tell me, do you two understand what the very definition of king is? Rebecca questioned, nonchalantly as she looked out the window. Stefan and Elena looked towards one another for a moment in confusion, until Stefan gave a textbook answer. It means the male ruler of an independent state, especially one who inherits the position of authority by right of birth. Yes, Rebecca began with a distant smile. And if you both look deeper into the meaning of the words you just uttered, you would understand why your question, Elena, is nonsensical. Vala was born as one that shifted the balance of the universe. He turned all the powers that be upside their heads, made them run like headless chickens in their attempts to end him and his reign. For my brother is one who does as he so wishes, whenever he wishes it. He eats when he wants, sleeps when he wants, gets whoever he wants, kills whatever he wants. That is simply who he is. It is his right as the strongest. His authority comes from himself, not from anyone allowing him to have it. For if it was so, then we would be the king, not he himself. So understand this. Throughout heaven and earth, he alone is the honored one. Only his pleasure and displeasure matter. Rebecca explained, the last words feeling more quoted than her own words, yet fully believed with all her being. Stefan and Elena sat in stunned silence, but it wasn't just Rebecca's words that struck them. Something deep within them resonated with the words, accepting it as absolute truth. Oh, dear sister, if you continue, you will make even me blush, Valley remarked playfully, bringing Stefan and Elena out of their shock. Honored one, that's the second time I hear it. First Cole, and now you. Why does he even have that title? Who gave it to him? Stefan questioned. It was at first a self-proclaimed one, Rebecca answered. But as more time passed, none dared deny it. Every power in the world, be it the angels or the demons, all call him the king. For even they, despite their hatred, cannot deny that they only remain alive by his permission. Their continued existence only to further his amusement. However, do know, these titles, the way they are presented, is not the way it should have him. For Valley wasn't supposed to be like this. Valley, at her final words, finally lost his playfulness, glaring towards Rebecca in warning. Sister, no, brother. If you truly wish to continue with what you are doing, they have a right to know. Know what? What's going on? Elena questioned in confusion and wariness as she looked between the two of them. The mark on Vala's arm. It wasn't meant to make him, as you would call, evil. At least, that is what the witches that were questioned have admitted. My brother, when born into this world, was intended by nature as some sort of savior. He was born with such strength that the universe believed him capable enough in the absence of God to be able to sustain it as the container of all evils in the world, and therefore directed them all towards him. My brother, even as a newborn soul, was so mighty in his will, he indeed did, even as they threatened to consume him. He sealed them instinctively into the very mark you see now that is seen across the supernatural world as the symbol of ruin, while it was meant to be the world's attempt at salvation. But if so, then why is he like this? Why is the supposed savior, the monster, hated by the world? Elena cuestioned. Because our mother Rebecca, Vala finally snapped, causing her to flinch for a moment. Do not speak what you have no right to tell. Rebecca took a steadying breath as she turned her gaze towards him, while he continued to look towards the road as he drove. No, Valley, since you are so vehement at keeping them by your side, they need to understand that they don't have to be like you. Sister, you're treading on very dangerous ground here. Keep your silence. If you do not, be not surprised if I drive another dagger into your heart. The king threatened, his tone soft as snow, yet colder than any ice. Our mother, Rebecca once more began, hastily explaining, hated Valley since his birth. She wanted him dead since the very moment he came out of her womb, because of her foolish understanding of what the mark was supposed to be. Her attempts at his life dash. Valley roughly pulled the car to a stop on the empty road. The Impala's sudden stop made them all lurch forward, the silence that followed heavy with unspoken threat. The air itself seemed to crystallize around them as Vallis slowly turned in his seat. I warned you. His voice carried a weight that made the air itself shudder. His eyes fixed on Rebecca with fury. But something had changed in his sister. Perhaps it was the decades in the coffin, or perhaps it was seeing what he planned for Stefan and Elena. Whatever the reason, she met his gaze steadily. You want them to be your perfect creations? Rebecca's voice trembled slightly, but didn't break. Then they deserve to know why their creator became what he is. Why the world's intended savior chose to become its nightmare instead. Elena's breath caught as something stirred deep within her. That sleeping white light responding to Rebecca's words. Beside her, Stefan felt golden fire pulse beneath his skin, his transforming nature desperate to understand its origins. Last warning, sister. Vala's voice made the shadows in the car writhe. Some stories aren't yours to tell. Then tell it yourself. Stefan spoke up suddenly, feeling courage he didn't quite understand. If we're going to become whatever you're making us into, don't we deserve to know why? Elena and he, for some reason, despite Rebecca's words, didn't feel afraid. Rather, anticipation, which they did not understand. As if deep down, they already realized they were changing, and now were able to understand the reason why. Vala's laugh was soft, almost gentle, but carried a weight that made the shadows writhe with fear. You think you want to know? To understand? His eyes found them in the mirror. Crimson depths holding centuries of bitter amusement. He remained silent for what to the three of them felt like centuries, until he finally spoke up. Very well, he said. I was born to be salvation, as my sister so wonderfully described. He began, his words a bit mocking towards the end. The mark on his arm pulsing once, making the air itself grow heavy with memory. A vessel chosen, unwillingly, to contain all the world's evils. But my mother. Something flickered across his face, too quick to name. She saw only what she feared, not what I was meant to be. Though to be fair to her, none of us knew my purpose. She tried to kill me, Vala continued, his voice carrying terrible calm. Again and again, in the name of goodness. Each attempt at earning her love only convinced her more of my inherent evil. His smile turned sharp. Tell me, what lesson should a child learn from that? That love is weakness, Rebecca whispered, her voice carrying old pain. That acceptance is just another weapon to be used against you. Precisely. Vala's satisfaction filled the car like smoke. So I became what she feared. If salvation was denied me, I would master damnation instead. The mark pulsed again, stronger. But that isn't something necessary, V, Rebecca stated, her tone desperate, echoing centuries of failed attempts. You don't need to reject our love, to always doubt it. You don't need to be the one the witches call the fallen, the disgraced, because of his once pure path. Vala's expression hardened, the temperature in the car dropping sharply. Need? His laugh held no warmth. You still don't understand, sister. This isn't about need. It's about choice. The mark pulsed crimson as he continued. I chose this path, not because a mother or someone else, but because I myself gained clarity. When the world used me, denied me salvation, I didn't just fall into darkness. I mastered it. Made it my own. His smile showed too many teeth. The witches call me fallen? They speak of disgrace? Let them. Their judgment means nothing to one who judges all, himself. And us. Stefan asked softly, what choice are you giving us? The same choice I made, Valley replied, his voice carrying certainty. To become something beyond what others intended. To master what they fear. Without another word, he once more started the car, and drove further, for soon he will no longer be alone in what he is in this world. The Impala's engine hums beneath us as I stare out the window, trying to process everything we've just learned. Each revelation about Valeth feels like another piece of a puzzle I never knew I was solving. The child meant to be salvation, the being so powerful that even the world pauses at his name. I find myself wondering what that must be like. To be so strong that no one dares challenge you. To be called honored one, more than brother. The weight of centuries pressing down, every word you speak becoming absolute law, until even family becomes more subjects than loved ones. Stefan's hand tightens around mine, and I know he feels it too. There's a change in him I can't quite explain, something deeper than vampire nature, more fundamental than bloodthirst. When our eyes meet, I see flickers of gold dancing in his usual forest green. The night blurs past the windows, Chicago's lights painting shadows that seem to move differently now. Everything feels more significant somehow, as if reality itself is holding its breath, waiting for something to change. You're processing, Valley observes from the driver's seat, his crimson eyes finding mine in the rearview mirror. I can feel your mind working through it all, and he's right. Each piece of information slots into place, forming a picture I'm only beginning to understand. The being that even Satan fears, not because of mere power, but because of what that power represents. The absolute authority that comes not from others allowing it, but from sheer, undeniable strength. Yet beneath all that power, all that carefully maintained control, I catch glimpses of something else. The child who needed love, but received fear instead. The being so strong that no one dares speak truth to him anymore, leaving him isolated in his own perfection. The white light that I recently began to be aware of beneath my skin pulses stronger with each realization, as if responding to these deeper understandings. It's not just change happening to us anymore. It's awakening, revelation, truth breaking through centuries of careful masks. Chicago's streets grow darker as we drive, each turn feeling more purposeful than the last. Rebecca sits silently beside her brother, but I catch her watching us in the mirror, something like anticipation mixed with concern in her gaze. You claim complete acceptance of yourself, I say suddenly, surprising myself with the steadiness in my voice. That love is worthless, that you need no one. But if that's true, why do you work so hard to prove it? The temperature drops sharply in the car, shadows deepening around us. But something inside me pushes forward, that strange white light lending courage I didn't know I possessed. No one challenges you. No one dares. So who are you really trying to convince? Careful, little doppelganger. His voice carries deadly warning, but something in his reaction only confirms my suspicions. There's an edge there, a tension that suggests these words are hitting marks no one has dared aim for in centuries. Your mother's fears shaped you. I press on, even as Stefan tenses beside me. But being the strongest shaped you too, didn't it? When was the last time anyone told you the truth about yourself? When was the last time anyone dared? Through the rearview mirror, I watch emotions flicker across his face. So quick I might have missed them if that white light wasn't making me see differently. Anger, surprise, and something else. Something almost like respect beneath the fury. The honored one. I continue, tasting the title's weight. The being so powerful that reality itself bends to your will. But power doesn't heal wounds, does it? It just makes sure no one can ever hurt you again. Rebecca's breath catches beside him, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder. I realize suddenly that she's never seen anyone speak to him this way, not questioning his power, but the walls he's built around himself. You think understanding grants you special privilege? Vala's smile shows too many teeth, but there's something different in his tone now. That insight somehow exempts you from consequence. No, I reply quietly. I think it makes me see you clearly for the first time. The being so powerful that no one dares speak truth to him. The king who arranged everything perfectly because control is safer than connection. The car's interior grows colder still, but I notice something strange. The shadows aren't attacking. They're watching, waiting, as if even they want to know what happens when someone finally dares to challenge not his power, but his carefully constructed isolation. The Impala rolls to a stop before an ancient church, its Gothic spires reaching like accusations toward the star-scattered sky. Something about this place makes my breath catch, not just its imposing architecture, but the way it seems to pulse with purpose. Can you feel it? Valley asks as we step into the night air. The way this place responds to what's awakening inside you. I want to deny it, but the white light beneath my skin surges in recognition. Each stone, each shadow, each moonbeam through stained glass feels significant now, as if the building itself has been waiting for this moment. Why here? Stefan's voice carries new depths I've never heard before. That golden fire that I became aware of shifting within his soul, making his words resonate with power he's only beginning to understand. Because some changes require consecrated ground, Valley replies, pushing open the ancient doors with casual grace. Even if that consecration was meant for other purposes, the interior stretches before us, and suddenly I understand what he means. This isn't just a church. It's a nexus point where different layers of reality intersect. The white light inside me recognizes patterns in its architecture that human minds were never meant to comprehend. Blue flames ignite on their own, casting impossible shadows across ancient stone. But something's wrong with how I'm seeing them, or perhaps something's finally right. Each flame tells a story. Each shadow holds meaning beyond mere darkness. Beautiful, isn't it? Vala's voice echoes through the empty nave, carrying weight that makes reality shiver. The way everything changes when you start to see properly. Standing here, watching shadows dance with purpose across consecrated stone, I feel something fundamental shifting inside me. The white light isn't just changing what I am. It's revealing what was always there, waiting to be awakened. Stefan moves closer, his golden fire reaching for my light in ways that feel both new and ancient. Through our connection, I sense his own awakening. The way his Ripper nature isn't fighting this change, but being transformed by it, elevated into something beyond mere hunger. The church seems to breathe around us, its very stones humming with anticipation. Whatever we're becoming, this place has been prepared for it, waiting through centuries for this exact moment. The blue flames rise higher as Vala moves toward the altar, each step radiating the casual authority that comes from millennia of absolute power. But now, with this new awareness growing inside me, I see something else too, the weight of that authority, the isolation it brings. You arranged everything perfectly, I say, watching shadows dance with purpose across ancient stone. Every detail, every moment leading to this transformation. But tell me, Honored One, the title carries gentle challenge rather than reverence. What happens when your perfect creations start thinking for themselves? The church trembles slightly, power rolling off him in waves that make reality itself shiver. But beneath his mask of casual amusement, I catch something else. A tension that suggests these words are hitting marks no one has dared aim for in centuries. Such courage, he muses, his voice deceptively soft. Or perhaps foolishness. Do you think you're the first to try this approach, Elena? To attempt to understand me? The white light inside me pulses stronger, and suddenly I can feel the weight of centuries in his words. All the others who might have tried to reach past his carefully constructed walls, all the attempts at connection he's rejected. No, I answer honestly, but I might be the first who sees both sides of it. The child who needed love, and the being so powerful he convinced himself he never needed it at all. Stefan's golden fire flares beside me in silent support, our energies intertwining in ways that feel both new and inevitable. Through our connection, I sense his own understanding growing, the way this transformation isn't just about power, but about perception. You forget yourself, Valley warns, though something in his tone suggests he's more intrigued than angry. This evolution you're experiencing doesn't make you my equal. No, I agree. It makes me someone who can finally see what everyone else is too afraid to say. That all your power, all your perfect arrangements, they're not just about control. They're about making sure no one ever gets close enough to hurt you again. The silence that follows feels heavy with unspoken weight, until Vala's laugh breaks it. Not his usual calculated amusement, but something sharper, almost genuine. You stand here on the brink of transformation and choose to spend these moments trying to unravel what you think are my deepest truths. His eyes find mine, bottomless black depths carrying something I've never seen before. Perhaps it's time you focused on your own evolution. The white light surges suddenly, making my knees buckle. It's not just inside me anymore. It's becoming me, or perhaps I'm finally becoming what I always was. Each pulse brings new awareness, new understanding that steals my breath. Colors have depths I never knew existed, each shade carrying meaning beyond mere sight. The blue flames don't just burn. They speak, telling stories in a language I'm only beginning to comprehend. Even the air feels alive with purpose, thick with possibilities I can almost taste. There it is. Vala's voice seems to come from everywhere at once. The moment when theory gives way to experience. He's right. Everything I thought I knew about reality seems small now, limited, like viewing an ocean through a keyhole all my life, only to finally step onto the shore. The church's architecture isn't just Gothic design anymore. I can see the sacred geometry beneath it, patterns that speak in languages older than words. Focus, Vala commands softly. Don't fight it. Let us show you what you're meant to see. I close my eyes, but it doesn't help. I can feel the age of the stones beneath us, taste the stories in the air, hear echoes of ancient sounds. Each breath brings new revelation. The way reality bends around intention. How power isn't just force, but language written in light and shadow. The mathematics of existence, beautiful and terrible in its complexity. Brother, Rebecca's voice carries something between awe and concern. Their transformation, it's happening faster than you once stated. Is it? Vala's smile shows too many teeth. Or perhaps they're simply more ready than we anticipated. The blue flames rise ever the higher, their light carrying meanings I'm only beginning to grasp. Each shadow in the church moves with purpose now, as if the world itself is holding its breath, waiting to see what will become. But then with what I know now, I suppose it is. You're creating something new in us. I continue, watching the blue flames dance, not just power, but understanding. The very thing you were meant to have. The white light pulses gently as truth flows through me. You're giving us what you never received. Guidance through transformation, protection during change. The church seems to hold its breath as Vala considers my words. Stefan's golden fire burns steady beside me. And through our connection, I feel his own revelation. How our changes mirror what Vala might have been, had fear not twisted his purpose. And you think this insight grants you special understanding? But his voice lacks its usual edge, carrying instead something almost like curiosity. No, I reply softly. I think finally having this power, feeling this peace, it helps me see more clearly how different everything could have been for all of us. I pause, letting the white light guide my words. You're not just making us stronger. You're making sure we're not alone in what we are, nature's supposed tools. Me with my blood, Stefan with his hunger, and you with your very existence. The shadows shift, and for a moment I catch a glimpse of something beneath Vala's perfect control. The child who was meant to be salvation, who chose to master damnation when love was denied. The one doesn't want to be alone in what he is. Your mother saw a monster instead of miracle. I say gently as I begin to approach, letting go of Stefan's hand. But look at what you're creating now. Not just power, but purpose. Not just strength, but understanding. The white light pulses with each word, carrying truth deeper than mere insight. You're giving us everything you were denied. Stefan's golden fire flares in agreement. Our powers dancing together in ways that feel both new and inevitable. Through our connection, I sense his own gratitude for this guidance, this protection, this new peace that grants him more control over his own fate. You arranged everything perfectly, I say, watching reality shift around us. Not just for power, but for protection. Every detail, every moment. The truth flows through me like the gentle pulse of that white light. You made sure we'd never face this alone. Valley remains silent, but the shadows dance differently now, responding to something deeper than his usual control. I see it now, I state softly. The blue flames rise higher, but they don't feel threatening anymore. Each shadow, each flicker of light carries meaning beyond mere power. They're languages of protection, of guidance, of purpose finally understood. The honored one, I whisper, the title carrying new weight as I begin to kneel before him, gently taking his hand. Not just because of your strength, but because you took what broke you and turned it into something that protects what you love. I continue as I give his hand a kiss and look up towards him, my eyes filled with wonder and gratitude. Thank you, Valley. Thank you for protecting this world, for enduring all its darkness for us all. Enough, Valley commands, but his voice lacks its usual edge. Something else bleeds through, something ancient and almost vulnerable. Focus on your own evolution. The blue flames flicker as Valley pulls his hand away, but not before I catch something in his expression. A flicker of something beneath centuries of careful control. Stefan's golden fire pulses beside me, understanding flowing through our connection. You still don't see it, do you? I ask gently, remaining on my knee but letting my hand fall. Even now, you turn away from gratitude, from recognition of what you truly are. The white light stirs beneath my skin, lending truth to my words. Not what your mother feared, not what the world made you become, but what you were meant to be. Elena, Stefan warns softly, sensing the dangerous ground I'm treading. But the white light guides me forward, showing me truths I never could have seen before. You took all the world's evils into yourself, contained them, endured them. And even when that sacrifice was met with fear instead of love, you still. I pause, watching shadows dance with new meaning around us. You still protect, still guide, still make sure others don't face their darkness alone. The church trembles slightly, power rolling off Valley in waves that make reality shiver. But it's different now, not threatening, but almost desperate, as if something ancient and wounded is trying to maintain its careful walls. You think this understanding changes anything? His voice carries weight that makes the shadows writhe. But I see past it now, see the child who contained evil itself and was feared for his strength rather than loved for his sacrifice. The white light pulses stronger, showing me one final truth. No, I reply softly. Understanding doesn't change what happened to you. But maybe, I look up at him again, letting him see the genuine gratitude in my eyes. Maybe it means you don't have to carry that burden alone anymore. The silence that follows feels heavy with unspoken weight, until Vala's laugh breaks it, sharp and dismissive, yet somehow too calculated to be genuine. How magnificently naive, he says, his voice carrying centuries of practiced disdain. You experience a fraction of power. Suddenly think you understand sacrifice. His smile shows too many teeth. That gratitude somehow matters. The shadows pulse around us, deliberately threatening now, as if trying to erase the moment of vulnerability I glimpsed. I didn't contain evil for this world's sake, Elena. I mastered it because power was the only truth worth pursuing. He turns away from my kneeling form, his movements carrying casual dismissal. Your transformation makes you sentimental. Focus on your evolution instead of crafting pretty theories about things you cannot comprehend. But even as he speaks, I notice something. The way the shadows don't actually attack. The way the blue flames still burn with purpose rather than threat. Through our connection, Stefan's golden fire pulses with the same understanding I feel. Sometimes the strongest denials reveal the deepest truths. As you wish, honored one, I reply softly, rising from my knees. But the white light inside me pulses with certainty. I saw what I saw, understood what I understood. His dismissal doesn't change the truth of his protection, of his unwillingness to be alone. The air suddenly grows heavy with power as Valley turns back to face us, something shifting in his expression. But before he can speak, it happens. The white light inside me surges beyond control, meeting Stefan's golden fire in an explosion of pure energy. Reality bends around us as our powers intertwine, reaching for something vast and terrible and wonderful. The church's walls seem to dissolve, sacred geometry giving way to pure possibility. Each shadow, each flicker of blue flame, becomes part of something greater. The last thing I see is Vala's face. Not dismissive anymore, but carrying something almost like wonder as white light and golden fire engulf everything. Then the world disappears in radiance. The transformation we've been building toward finally completes, and nothing will ever be the same again. Klaus emerged onto the desolate industrial compound like a force of nature, his restored form exuding a regal menace that made even the cold night tremble. The rebel forces, having holed up in an abandoned warehouse, scarcely had time to register his presence. Under a sky smeared with ink and punctuated by distant stars, the warehouse's rusted metal and shattered concrete formed a crude arena for the coming retribution. Murmurs of fear and defiant whispers twisted through the gathered insurgents. They sensed the change, the doom approaching them. Klaus strode forward with deliberate grace. Every step was measured, each movement precise, as if performing a dance of catastrophic beauty. He paused at the doorway of the warehouse, silent, surveying the throng of rebels with eyes that burned not only with fury but with a cold, calculating confidence. Without warning, Klaus advanced. His first target was a rebel standing near a broken pillar, arm raised in a vain gesture of defiance. In one fluid, merciless motion, Klaus delivered a blow that shattered the man's countenance instantly. The impact was cataclysmic. A single, well-placed strike that splintered bone and burst the skull, scattering shards of flesh and shattered dreams into the chilly night. The head exploded with a sickening splatter that seemed almost ritualistic, as if his very existence had been erased by fate's unyielding hand. As if in macabre succession, Klaus moved on. His fists became instruments of finality. With the precision of a master sculptor carving away imperfections, he pummeled the clustered rebels near a toppled support beam. One rebel staggered forward, his eyes wide with terror, only to be met with a vicious palm strike that compressed his chest inward like the crushing of a brittle container. Ribs fractured, his heart was snuffed out in a moment of explosive agony, and his vestiges crumbled into a cascade of red, dissipating into the echo of the blow. Lucien, no matter how many times he saw it, could not help but be in awe of Prince Niklaus's technique. The Fist of Death, one created specifically by Vala for himself, but only taught to the hybrid, as he was the only one save the king who could perform it due to his unique nature. A technique where Niklaus forces part of his vampiric soul's energy into the body of the victim by touch. It's spreading like a disease through their body, encoding his capability to shift his form into a wolf into a deadly weapon by shifting their bodies wrong. The moment you were touched, it was the end. You were already dead. A truly divine technique. Not giving his victims even a moment's respite, Klaus pressed on. A middle-ranked fighter surged, intent on rallying his men. With a pitch-perfect lateral kick, Klaus drove his boot into the rebel's flank. The force was such that the impact obliterated his abdominal cavity. Organs burst outward in a display of raw, unadulterated destruction. The rebel's cries of pain turned to choking silence as his body collapsed, disintegrating into a mass of torn sinew and spilled blood upon the cold concrete floor. As the melee escalated inside the warehouse, every strike Klaus delivered bore the unstoppable weight. A rebel attempting to flee was intercepted by a swift jab that caused his limbs to splinter with the intensity of the hit. In one unforgettable moment, a brutal slap sent another insurgent reeling backward. His head seemingly caved in with a violent crunch, leaving a gruesome crater upon impact. The rebels, who had once been confident in their makeshift defenses, now found themselves crumbling under the onslaught. Some tried to form ranks, shouting desperate orders. Yet even these attempts were silenced as Klaus's strikes began to overlap, leaving no room for reprieve. A particularly defiant fighter charged with a shattered pipe, but Klaus caught a mid-lunge. One brutal uppercut sent the man soaring, and his head detonated in a burst that scattered bone like autumn leaves across the rain-slick pavement. With every calculated strike, Klaus not only obliterated his enemy's corporeal form, but seemed to erase their very essence. A rebel's heart was crushed so completely that his blood spurted upwards in a slow-motion arc, a final testament to the wrath poured into that single blow. Another rebel's chest splintered inward under a forceful punch, the sound of breaking bone mingling with a guttural gasp of finality. Throughout the carnage, time itself seemed to distort. Each motion, each impact, reverberated with an almost musical cadence, an eerie symphony composed of destruction and the finality of death. There was a horrifying beauty in Klaus's movements, a dark artistry in the way he wielded the fist of death. Standing amidst the ruin, Klaus paused, the final reverberation of each strike still audible in the silence of the aftermath. In that moment, his eyes, dark and inscrutable, swept over the devastated scene with a cold satisfaction, as if proclaiming that no rebel, no force of dissidence, could ever escape the decree of his will. Lucien's hands clapped sharply in the dim light as he surveyed the ruin. "Magnificent," he declared, his voice low yet full of awe. "Every strike, an irrevocable sentence." Klaus paused amid the carnage, his dark eyes glinting with cold satisfaction. "A decree," he replied, "etched by my brother's very will. Let it be known that resistance is futile." From the shattered remnants of the warehouse came scattered curses and desperate commands of those yet temporarily alive. "Retreat! Fall back!" a rebel cried, only to be silenced by a previous blow's effect taking place, turning his balding head to ash. Lucien stepped from the shadows, his tone brisk yet reverent. "The fist of death, that divine technique the king bestowed upon you, is destiny incarnate. Each strike erases dissent without mercy." Klaus's lip curled in a wry smile. "What can I say? My very touch gives death." A final remnant of defiant resistance attempted to rally his comrades, but his plea dissolved when Klaus's previous poke came into effect and exploded his arm, causing his blood to spurt in a silent fountain. Lucien's voice cut through the oppressive silence, calm yet potent. "They're all the same, the lot of them. Fools who defy the king, when it is only his existence that keeps vampire kind alive and not routed to oblivion at the hands of the guardians." "Well, there is still me," Klaus retorted with a smirk as he knelt down and took out the rebel leader's token, one the Rebel Alliance bestowed upon each branch leader. Lucien rolled his eyes. "Always have to give her 2 cents, Nick? Would I be me if I did not?" Klaus retorted, "I suppose not. Now, I believe we have weeded out the last known base. It is best we leave for New Orleans soon. We don't wish to be rude by arriving after the king, do we now?" Niklaus hummed to himself in agreement, and then, after a moment of silence, he activated the token, a relic of communication, and sent a message directly to the rebels' leaders. "Rebels, heed my decree. I am Klaus Mikaelson, and know this. Resistance is a futile illusion. Our enemies have been culled. Your opposition is but noise. By my eternal will, let every defiant heart learn that our power is absolute and our purpose unyielding. Stand aside, for the dominion of the king is ordained in blood and stone. Your scattered hopes may crumble, but under my word, unity and destiny prevail. Prepare for departure to New Orleans. There you will be bestowed your chance to submit. For if you do not, know this. The king will henceforth directly bring down the lightning and deafen you all with the thunder of his wrath." After finishing his words, the hybrid crushed the device in his hands and turned to Lucien with a smug smirk. "Tell me, how did you find that? It most definitely has stricken their hearts now with ever-present fear." Lucien, as he picked up a fallen, yet unbroken bottle of red wine, went to the table and poured them in 2 clean and used glasses, said, "A bit dramatic, but fitting enough. I'd give it a 7 out of 10. A 7? Klaus questioned, offended, and then scoffed. "I suppose it's my fault to expect better judgment from you. You have no sense of poetry." "I don't know," Lucien began with a smirk. "Freya would tell you the opposite. Well, as the saying goes, love blinds and deafens the sight and hearing." "Of course you would say that," Lucien stated with a chuckle as he walked towards Klaus and handed him his glass. "Aurora has been recently criticizing your artistic choices after all." With a final clink, they both drank, their laughter soon after echoing through the graveyard surrounding them. "I, Roderick Valisen, am finally allowed to return home despite my self-imposed exile. I long ago promised myself that I will not return, not walk the ground where my father's steps left their imprints, so long as I remain too weak to prove my worth before him. Prove that despite my scarred potential, that his blood still course through my veins. That I am still one that can one day teach him how it feels to not be alone. I was born in the 1600s, a child of destiny, forged from a deal struck in the halls of power. My father, Mikaelson, spread his seed across the world in search of a worthy opponent, a being capable of rising to challenge him, the king of vampires. In a land far away, a princess named Ariane, ruler of her conquered nation, agreed to his terms in exchange for autonomy over her people. Yet fate, or perhaps nature herself, conspired to mark me from birth. While my dear mother Tadia, the only one who remains who truly loves me unconditionally, even more so than my now dead blood mother, willingly swapped bodies with the princess so that the child born would carry not only the princess's essence, but also a spark of her own indomitable soul as well. Nature, believed by those present that day, refused to let such an aberration proceed unscathed. It nearly ended my life, leaving behind a wound, a scar on my potential that has haunted me ever since. I have striven relentlessly over the centuries, dabbling in forbidden magic, performing desperate rituals, seeking ancient knowledge, in order to transcend the limitations nature carved into me at birth. My father, whose ambitions demanded a perfect adversary, remains bitterly disappointed by what I have become. I can still remember the day where I forced from the heavens down to the earth the guardian Ariel, the angel titled the Lioness of God. I summoned her to challenge and defeat her, prove to my father that I was more than a failure, that one day I will reach him. Yet all it ended was in another stunning failure. I remember that day vividly. It was a storm-racked twilight, the sky churning with oily clouds and fierce flashes of lightning. I was barely a young man then, scarred from the near-fatal event at birth, and burning with a mix of ambition and rebellious defiance. That day, I had decided that only by defeating Ariel would I prove I was strong enough to stand before my father, to teach him that even the blood coursing through my veins could defy the very forces that sought to chain me. I stood in the ruins of an ancient cathedral, its once hallowed arches shattered by time and storm. The rain was relentless as I engraved a circle of arcane sigils upon the sodden stone floor. With every word of the forbidden incantation I whispered, the very air trembled with my need for validation. I had summoned Ariel from the celestial realms by binding her essence with my own desperate ambition. And then, as if the heavens themselves had roused in reluctant acknowledgement of my challenge, she appeared. Her arrival was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Luminous wings that seemed constructed from shards of pure, white light unfurled behind her, and her eyes burned with the sacred fire of divine purpose. She hovered above the ruins, her countenance one of both sympathy and disappointment, as though she recognized in me not a champion, but a lost soul desperate for a semblance of worth. Roderick Valison, Ariel intoned, her voice resonant as a choir of angels. Why do you dare challenge that which is above your mortal reckoning? Her tone carried an ethereal authority that shook the very ground beneath me. I squared my shoulders, feeling every scar on my skin as an emblem of the hardships I had endured. I challenge you because I must prove that I am more than the sum of my failures, more than a child left broken by the cruelty of nature. I will not remain in weak. I will break these chains, and in doing so, I will show my father that I can stand on the same ground as him. The duel that followed was a ballet of blood and light. Ariel descended slowly, her movements graceful yet inexorable, as if every step was weighed down by divine purpose. We clashed amid the tempest, my hastily learned sorcery and raw, instinctive fury against her radiant, practiced majesty. Her silver blade, wrought from heavenly fire, slew through the darkness of my summoned magic, each strike a reminder of the strength I was yet to attain. I fought with every desperate ounce of power that had been forced upon me since that day of my birth, seeking to channel centuries of yearning into a single moment of defiant conquest. For long minutes that stretched like eternities, the clash between mortal ambition and celestial grace contrasted in brilliant, crashing light. I felt the force of her blows shatter my defenses, and our energies collide in thunderous echoes that seemed to rattle the stones of the cathedral itself. Each impact burned as if the very spark of my life were being tested against a force far greater than I dared to comprehend. Amid our battle, a searing realization pierced through the fury. I was not even close to defeating her. Every spell I cast, every sword-like thrust, met with counterblows precise and devastating. Ariel's eyes, soft yet unyielding, held a sorrowful pity as she deflected my wild attacks. When a final surge of her radiant might knock me to the ground, I lay drenched in rain and stinging pain, my young heart pounding with both the agony of defeat and the bitter taste of failure. I heard her speak then, more quietly, as if addressing the trembling remnants of my spirit. Your blood burns with potential, Roderick, but potential untempered is not but a spark. You must learn that greatness is forged in the crucible of defeat, that even wounds are lessons, but you have much to learn before you can even hope to stand as my equal. And then, something no one but my mother ever did. She showed me warmth. She bent down before my broken form, her delicate face softened by sorrow and love, and kissed my brow. In that single, tender moment, the raw sting of failure and the caustic burn of my scars were eclipsed by surprising comfort, a fleeting, almost miraculous reassurance that I was not entirely forsaken. I remember the rain mingling with my tears on that shattered stone floor, each droplet a tiny herald of hope and despair intertwined. Her kiss was not the cold, detached act of a distant deity. It was the gentle, iridescent caress of the one who had known me when I was a wretched child, when every bruise and burn was met with a softness in her gaze. Somehow, in that sudden intimacy, I almost believed for a heartbeat that I could mend what nature had tried so desperately to break. For a long, suspended moment, I lay there, my heart pounding in rhythms that spoke of untold years of isolation and defiance. While her warmth seeped through the layers of grief and ambition that had defined me since birth, I felt, as if for the first time, that perhaps compassion was no enemy to strength. Maybe, just maybe, I could harness both the fierce edge of my father's blood and the tenderness of her love. Then, as if to prove me wrong, my father's form loomed over me. I can still remember the cold, detached fury he wore upon his face. You brought shame once more upon my name, you failure. Strength is not only physical might, you fool. It is also the intelligent wisdom to pick your battles. I cannot fathom how one who bears my blood could ever end up so weak. It must be that wench's blood. I thought her mighty when I first laid eyes upon her defiant soul. Yet it seemed she was no different than the common foolish lass who sold her purity for protection. As he said these words, he gave me one more scornful glance before he gritted his teeth and turned to walk away. Yet then, something happened that I still cannot explain. Maybe it was what people in these times call adrenaline, or perhaps it was the fury at him insulting my mother. I gritted my teeth and pushed my broken body to rise, despite the blood bursting from my every wound. I held my ground as I then roared, "Don't you turn your back on me!" and charged towards him, my teeth fanged, enhanced by my magic, the only remaining part of my body not broken. It was as if the world then froze. I could see everything so clearly then, the way his body turned with such grace and precision. Not a movement wasted, he looked down on my charging form. "Fool," he muttered as he then, with the mightiest punch I have ever faced, even now centuries later, crushed my face into the earth. I was then unable to see the look on his face, as my mouth ate the dirt, yet I could hear his scoff as he spit on the ground next to my head and roared. "What kind of idiot loses twice in one day? Pitiful," continued as I heard him shift and turn once more, his steps echoing against the dirt. "I will have to start once more from scratch." After that day, throughout the centuries, I heard many tales of different sons and daughters sired by my father, many of them born with great strength, though the one I am most curious about meeting today is the famed Alexander, the one born in an even more convoluted manner than myself. Wondering if he can make reality what we all failed to do. As I finally arrived in the quarter, I could not help but scoff upon my own thoughts. As I got out, I could only think one thing. that it matters not how much power he inherited his father's literal shadow self. In the end, I will be the one who will shatter the king's throne and drag him down from his mountain. I will be the first one to teach him the taste of defeat, and no one will beat me to that glorious fate. The Mikaelson compound was quiet save for the soft footsteps of arriving guests. Valis stood on the balcony, watching as his children gathered in the courtyard below. The mark on his arm pulsed steadily, casting a faint crimson glow over the scene. Alexander entered first, looking uncomfortable in his designer suit. He'd only recently learned of his connection to this family, and it showed in how he kept glancing around, studying everything and everyone with cautious interest. Quite a turnout. Victoria's gentle voice carried across the courtyard as she entered with Roderick. The two were rarely seen apart. Victoria with her kind eyes and healer's hands, Roderick with his scarred face and bitter expression. "Father must have something important planned," Roderick muttered, unconsciously touching the mark on his arm. A paler, weaker version of Vala's own, an attempted replication by the king, a failure. He doesn't usually gather all of us like this. The twins, Dante and Diana, arrived next. They moved in perfect sync, a habit formed over centuries of fighting together. Where one stepped, the other followed, their movements precise and practiced. "The prodigal son is here," Diana commented, nodding toward Alexander. "Nature's echo," Dante added, studying Alexander with open curiosity. Marcus slipped in quietly, taking a position near the shadows. His presence was subtle, easy to miss if you weren't looking carefully. Small illusions danced around him, making the air shimmer slightly. Always hiding in corners, Marcus? Cassandra's arrival was more dramatic. Dark magic crackled around her as she materialized from the shadows, her expression carrying its usual defiance. Adrian descended the main staircase last, his analytical gaze taking in everyone's positions and reactions. He might not have the raw power of his siblings, but his mind was sharp as any blade. "I see the two called Elena and Stefan haven't joined us yet," Adrian noted, his tone carefully neutral. "Keeping your new projects separate, father." Vala finally spoke, his voice carrying easily across the courtyard. "They'll join us when it's time. For now, we have family matters to discuss." The atmosphere shifted as he descended to join them. Each of his children reacted differently to his presence. Alexander straightened unconsciously. Victoria moved closer to Roderick protectively. The twins shifted into defensive positions. Cassandra's magic flared and challenged. Marcus's illusions grew more complex. Adrian watched everything with calculated interest, still playing the all-powerful father. Roderick's bitter voice broke the silence. "Some things never change." "You speak of change," Valley replied, his tone casual despite the tension in the air. "Yet here you stand, still carrying that same old bitterness. Tell me, Roderick, has it served you well these past centuries?" Victoria's hand found her brother's arm. "Father, please. Must we start with antagonism?" "Antagonism." Cassandra laughed, sharp and cold. "This is practically warm for him." She turned to Alexander. "Has he told you yet? About his little experiments? About how he tests his children?" Alexander met her gaze steadily. "No. Why don't you tell me?" "Careful what you ask for, brother." The twins spoke together. "Some truths are better left buried. Like how father marked Roderick at birth." Cassandra pressed on. "How he let nature try to limit his potential just to see what would happen." "Or shall we talk about Marcus's early years, learning to bend reality until he nearly broke his own mind?" Marcus remained silent, but his illusions flickered, showing brief glimpses of past moments. A younger version of himself, blood running from his eyes as he tried to reshape truth itself. Each test had purpose, Vala stated simply. Each challenge shaped you into what you are. "And what exactly are we, father?" Adrian asked, his voice carefully controlled. "Your children? Your experiments? Your weapons?" "All of those," Valley replied. "And more. Each of you carries a different aspect of power." He gestured to each in turn. Victoria, healing magic that can reverse death itself. Roderick, strength forged through limitation. Dante and Diana, perfect synchronization of power. Marcus, mastery over perception and truth. Cassandra, darkness given purpose. Adrian, strategy that rivals raw power. And Alexander, he turned to his newest son, nature's attempt to echo what it never can. You speak of our powers, Roderick cut in, but not of the cost, not of your continued disappointment. Tell Alexander about the price of your attention, about the nights spent screaming as you pushed our limits, about the siblings who didn't survive your test. The mark pulsed once, making the shadows deepen. Those who broke, Valley replied calmly, proved themselves unworthy. You survived. You grew stronger. Is that what you tell yourself? Victoria's gentle voice carried unexpected steel. That their deaths served some greater purpose? Before Valley could respond, new power filled the courtyard. Elena and Stefan appeared at the entrance, their transformed natures evident in the white light and golden fire that seemed to flow beneath their skin. Well, Cassandra's smile turned predatory. Look who finally decided to join our little family reunion. The courtyard fell silent as Elena stepped forward. The white light within her pulsed gently, showing her truths that made her heart ache with understanding. You know, she began softly, her voice carrying that same compassion that had once helped Stefan through his darkest moments. I used to think I understood what it meant to wear masks, to hide parts of yourself to protect others. But your father, she glanced at Valley, seeing layers of time and choice beneath his perfect control. He's perfected it into an art form. You know nothing about our father, Cassandra spat, but Elena's gentle smile made her falter. I see him, Elena continued, her voice filled with wonder and sadness. Not just who he is now, but who he's been, the choices that weighed on him, the regrets he buried so deep even he pretends they don't exist. The mark flared warningly, but Elena's newfound sight made her brave. Your lost siblings, they're not gone. Not really. I can see them in his new realm, in the paradise he's crafted for each one. Every detail perfect, every moment exactly what they dreamed of. Her voice caught slightly as the visions washed over her. The sister who loved music? She dances through endless summer, her voice carrying melodies that shouldn't exist. The brother who sought knowledge? He explores libraries that contain secrets of creation itself. Victoria stepped forward, hope warring with disbelief. Sarah? You've seen Sarah? She's happy. Elena's eyes filled with tears she didn't try to hide, feeling Victoria's own feelings. She sits in gardens that bloom with flowers made of light, healing souls that come to her for peace. He made it perfect for her, for all of them, a world of their own to do in what they please. Enough. Vala's voice carried deadly warning, but Elena saw past it now, saw the pain he'd buried beneath centuries of careful control. You don't want them to know, she said gently, understanding flooding her voice. You don't want them to see how those early years haunt you. How each loss, each failed experiment carved wounds you hide beneath perfect power. How dare you dash, Cassandra started, but Elena's next words froze her. I see you too, Cassandra. How your dark magic flourished, not despite his harsh methods, but because he knew exactly how much pressure to apply. He pushed until you nearly broke, yes, but he always kept your soul safe, protected, cherished, even when you hated him for it. The white light within her pulsed stronger as she turned to each sibling in turn. Your father wears cruelty like armor because the alternative, letting you see how deeply he cares, terrifies him more than any power in existence. This is impossible, Adrian whispered, but Elena saw the doubt creeping into his analytical mind. The white light shows me truth, Elena explained, her voice gentle but firm. Not just what is, but what was, what could be. I see your father's regret for those early years, when his hunger for worthy challenges blinded him to gentler paths. But I also see how he's kept every single one of you safe, even those you thought lost forever. Vala moved with terrible grace to stand before her, his presence making reality strain. You presume much, he stated, but Elena saw past the cold fury to the uncertainty beneath. I see you, she said simply, compassion filling her voice. Not just the king, not just the dragon everyone fears, but the father who crafted paradise for children he couldn't save in time, who learned from those losses, who carries their memories like precious wounds. The mark blazed crimson, but Elena didn't flinch. Your children deserve to know that their father isn't the monster they believe him to be. That beneath every test, every trial, every seemingly cruel choice, there was always love, always protection, always purpose. The silence that followed felt heavy with possibility. Each of Vala's children stared at Elena with varying degrees of hope, suspicion, and desperate need to believe. And through it all, Elena saw what they couldn't. How Vala's perfect mask cracked just slightly. How the mark's crimson light pulsed with something beyond power. Something that looked almost like relief. Victoria's voice broke the silence first. "Sarah, father, is it true?" "It changes nothing," Roderick cut in, though uncertainty crept into his tone. Centuries of tests and pain dash, yet they live. Victoria turned to her brother. Safe, protected, in a gilded cage. Cassandra's magic crackled, but her usual defiance seemed forced. "Not a cage," Elena stated simply. "A realm crafted with purpose." The air shifted as the originals arrived, their presence filling the courtyard with ancient power. Haas appeared first, followed by Elijah and Rebecca. Cole materialized moments later, his usual smirk in place. "Quite the revelation, brother," Klaus observed, "though perhaps not how you planned it." Finn entered with Henrik, who paused to study the air itself. "The barriers are thinner here," the witch noted. "Your new realm bleeds through." "You all knew," Adrian stated, his mind quickly connecting pieces. "We suspected," Elijah replied, straightening his cuffs once. Vala's methods were always too precise for mere cruelty. The twins spoke as one. Why maintain the deception? Strategy, Marcus answered before anyone else could, his illusions shifting subtly. "The principal guardians, the devils, they watch us always. Love is a weapon they would gladly use." The mark pulsed once, neither confirming nor denying. Vala's laugh cut through the moment, cold and deliberate. The mark blazed crimson as he stepped forward, his presence making the air strain. How wonderfully dramatic. His voice carried perfect disdain. "The reformed monster, hiding a heart of gold beneath centuries of cruelty. Tell me, Elena, what other pretty stories does your newfound sight reveal?" The shadows deepened as he moved, each step precise and purposeful. "Perhaps you see me weeping over fallen angels, mourning every soul I've collected." His smile showed too many teeth. "Or have you confused protection with preservation?" "Father Dash," Victoria started, but his cold gaze silenced her. "The Honored One," he stated, power rolling off him in waves. "That title wasn't given for kindness. The mark doesn't pulse with mercy." The air itself seemed to crystallize around him. "I preserve what's mine because that's what kings do. We collect. We perfect. We rule." Elena watched as his perfect mask slid back into place. Layers of calculated cruelty forming an impenetrable barrier. But now she understood. Each layer of coldness was another shield, another wall between his power and those who would use any weakness against his own. "Believe what you wish," he continued, his voice carrying finality. "See what pretty truths you think you've discovered. But remember this, I am the dragon, the king of vampires, the one who makes devils cower. Love," his laugh was sharp enough to cut. "Love is merely another tool in a perfect arsenal." The mark pulsed once more, and the world itself seemed to bow before him. The Honored One resuming his throne of perfect, protective cruelty. "Why are we really here?" Adrian's voice cut through the tension. "All of us gathered for the first time in centuries. This isn't just about Elena's revelations." "Indeed," Diana began, with Dante finishing, "Father never moves without purpose." The sound of footsteps drew their attention. Lucian appeared at the compound's entrance, Freya's arm linked with his, Michael following close behind. The fourth vampire ever created carried himself with characteristic confidence, a knowing smile playing at his lips. "Why? It's a celebration," Lucian announced, his voice carrying both amusement and reverence. "After all, how often does one witness the breaking of a millennium-old curse?" The gathered children fell silent, processing this information. Even Cassandra's perpetual defiance wavered. "The curse. Victoria whispered. The one that forced our constant movement." "The very same," Lucian confirmed, his smile widening. Your father has finally broken nature's chains. The king stands truly unbound. The Mart pulsed with quiet satisfaction as Valley observed his children's reactions, each one understanding, in their own way, the significance of this moment. A celebration indeed, though perhaps not quite the kind they imagined. The Mikaelson compound had transformed as night deepened. Ancient magic mixed with modern luxury, blue flames dancing in crystal chandeliers, shadows moving with deliberate grace between elegant partygoers. Damon found Stefan and Elena near one of the courtyard's fountains, where water flowed upward in defiance of physics. His brother's golden fire and Elena's white light, that he could now see, thanks to Elijah's tutelage, made them stand out among the supernatural elite that filled the celebration. "Nice party," Damon commented, accepting a glass of bourbon from a passing waiter who moved too smoothly to be human. "Though the decor's a bit reality-bending." "That would be Marcus's work," Stefan explained, nodding toward his new brother, something he still needed to get used to thinking, who stood near a corner, his illusions making the very air shimmer. "He has a flair for the dramatic." Caroline appeared with Tyler, refusing to not come along, convincing Elijah to take them with, both looking somewhat overwhelmed by the gathering power around them. Ancient vampires mingled with witches whose magic made the air crackle, while werewolves from bloodlines older than written history observed from careful distances. "This is insane," Caroline whispered, watching Victoria heal a centuries-old wound for an elder vampire with a casual touch. "This family is complicated," Elena finished. Roderick and Victoria kept to themselves near the balcony, though Victoria occasionally offered healing to those who approached respectfully. The twins moved through the crowd in perfect sync, their presence making even ancient beings step carefully aside. Cassandra's dark magic created interesting effects when it intersected with Marcus's illusions, making reality ripple in beautiful and terrible ways. Adrian watched everything from strategic position, cataloging every interaction and power dynamic. Alexander stood with Lucian and Freya, learning about his new family's history, while Michael observed with careful attention. Quite the gathering. Klaus appeared beside them, Aurora at his arm. "Though I suspect this is merely the prelude." "Prelude to what?" Tyler asked, then tensed as more of the originals joined their group. "To a demonstration," Elijah answered smoothly, adjusting his cuffs. After all, what better way to celebrate breaking nature's chains than by showing exactly what that freedom means? Soon enough, Marcel, the king of New Orleans, arrived. His arrival caused a stir among the gathered supernatural elite. He led a procession of vampires, the rebel faction that had opposed Vala's rule for centuries. Their numbers filled the compound's entrance, each one carrying the weight of their defiance turned to apparent submission. "My king," Marcel's voice carried across the gathering as he knelt. "I bring those who wish to beg forgiveness, to submit to your rightful rule." The party's atmosphere shifted as hundreds of vampires knelt in unified gesture. Ancient beings watched with interest as the rebels, who had fought against Vala's authority for centuries, bowed their heads in surrender. "How generous!" Vala's voice held perfect amusement as he observed from above. "And what brought about this change of heart?" "We've seen truth," one of the rebel leaders spoke. "Witnessed your power. We understand now that resistance was." He never finished. The first scream cut through the elegant atmosphere as a vampire suddenly plunged his hand into his own chest. Before anyone could react, hundreds followed suit. A symphony of flesh tearing as rebel after rebel ripped out their own hearts. Bodies fell in perfectly orchestrated death, blood staining the compound's stones as hearts dropped from lifeless hands. The party guests froze in horror as they witnessed hundreds of vampires choose simultaneous suicide. Marcel stood amid the carnage, his expression grim but unsurprised. He himself found it bizarre how they accepted to submit to his uncle now, when they've been against him for centuries, despite his showings of power. The mark pulsed once, and Vala's laugh echoed through the suddenly silent compound. "How delightfully dramatic," he observed, as if commenting on an interesting piece of art. It seemed some would rather die than kneel. The blood had barely settled when the sky turned crimson, the moon darkening to impossible black. A torrent of whispers filled the air, thousands of spirits speaking at once, their voices building to a near-deafening crescendo. Well, Cole's voice carried forced lightness, though tension lined his face. This is quite the entertainment, brother, though perhaps a bit excessive, even for you. The mark pulsed with sudden urgency as Vala's eyes narrowed. This isn't mine. Power pressed down from above, pure, burning might that made reality itself groan under its weight. The heavens themselves seemed to tear open, white light gathering with terrible purpose. Everyone, Vala's voice cut through the chaos, the mark blazing crimson to me. Now, reality fractured as he pulled his realm into being, not gradually this time, but with desperate speed. The gathered supernatural beings found themselves yanked through dimensions just as divine judgment descended. Pure white fire engulfed New Orleans, heaven's combined smite turning night to burning day. But the city's inhabitants were already safe in Vala's realm, watching through windows between worlds as their home was bathed in celestial flame. Valley alone remained, taking the full force of heaven's wrath. The mark blazed as he absorbed power that should have atomized him, his form flickering between human shape and something vast, ancient, and terrible. Then, cutting through divine fire and mortal screams, a voice echoed, one that made the mark pulse with genuine surprise. "Hello, old friend." Silas's words carried triumphant amusement. "Did you really think those seals would hold forever?" Vala's eyes narrowed as blood trickled from his lips, his body straining under heaven's continued assault. "Impossible," he growled. "I made sure dash. You made sure of many things." Silas's voice held dark pleasure. "But even you can't account for everything, especially when you're distracted by family matters." The mark flared as understanding dawned. The rebel vampire's suicide, the spirit's chorus, heaven's wrath. All perfectly timed distractions, while Silas somehow slipped free of bonds that should have been unbreakable. The first immortal had truly, finally escaped. Fury transformed Vala's pain into pure power. The mark's crimson light exploded outward as his form shifted, human shape giving way to something ancient and terrible. A dragon made of living darkness and burning red light took shape, its wings tearing holes in reality as it rose. He burst through dimensional barriers, ripping his way into heaven itself. But what he found made even his ancient gaze pause. Heaven's golden streets ran red with angelic blood. Bodies of the host lay scattered like broken stars, their divine light extinguished. Atop a mountain of celestial corpses sat Male, commander of the heavenly host, his armor stained with his brother's blood. Below, Satan writhed in his true form, a beast of smokeless fire consuming angelic flesh, each bite transferring divine power into corrupted strength. "Welcome, King of Vampires." Male's voice carried terrible serenity. "You're just in time to witness the results of our collaboration. You sacrificed your own army." Vala's voice rumbled through his ever-shifting form. "Millions of angels, a necessary price." Male rose, his wings spreading to impossible span. "Their deaths powered not only Heaven's smite, but also broke your precious seals." Silas sent his regards, by the way. Satan looked up from his feast, divine blood dripping from impossible jaws. The dragon finally shows his true form. How fitting. Before Valley could respond, Male moved with speed that defied comprehension. His hand, burning with the power of his sacrificed brothers, caught Vala's human face in an iron grip. "Let's take this somewhere more appropriate." Male smiled, and suddenly they were falling. The two beings crashed through dimensions like falling stars, Male dragging Valley earthward with inexorable force. They struck mystic falls with apocalyptic impact, divine power and dark magic exploding outward in a wave that obliterated everything it touched. The town and its inhabitants vanished in an instant, ground zero of a collision between powers that should never have met. Through the windows between realms, Vala's gathered children and siblings watched in horror as Mystic Falls vanished beneath divine devastation. The impact crater glowed with conflicting energies, heaven's light and the king's darkness creating impossible patterns in the ruins. Male rose from the destruction first, his armor now stained with both angelic and darker blood. "Your king's strength is impressive," he addressed the watching crowd, knowing they could hear through dimensional barriers. "But even he cannot stand against heaven's combined might. Especially not when the ground exploded as Valley emerged, his draconic form somehow larger, darker. The mark blazed like a crimson star as reality itself began to crack around them. "You want to test heaven's might?" Vala's voice carried weight that made existence strain. "Then let me show you what true power looks like." The mark pulsed once more, and suddenly everyone watching felt it. That same vast, terrible presence they'd glimpsed in their king's worst moments. But this time there was no restraint. This time, the dragon was truly unleashing what he'd kept carefully contained for millennia. And as reality began to unravel around them, they all finally understood what they knew deep down all along. They had never seen their king's power. They'd been watching him hold it back. Male activated his first protection as Vala's darkness surged toward him, divine light making his form impervious to shadow. The dragon's attack passed through him harmlessly, though maintaining the shield made his muscles strain. "Impressive trick," Vala's draconic voice rumbled as he circled his opponent. "But how many can you maintain at once?" Male didn't respond. He added a second protection: immunity to physical force. Just as Vala's tail whipped toward him with devastating speed. The impact should have shattered mountains, but Male stood unmoved. Already, Valley observed. Feeling the strain yet? The crater around them deepened as they clashed. Vala's darkness met Male's light in explosions that made reality shudder. Each time the dragon seemed to land a hit, Male's protections shifted to counter the specific threat. But Vala noticed something interesting. Male couldn't maintain more than 3 protections at once, and each change left a brief moment of vulnerability. The mark pulsed as Vala launched simultaneous attacks. Darkness from above, physical force from the side, and something else, rising from below. Male's protections flickered as he tried to counter all 3. For just a moment, his divine shield wavered. The dragon's claws found flesh. Celestial blood painted the crater's walls as Male stumbled back, his armor finally breached. His remaining protection prevented death, but pain was another matter entirely. "You sacrificed your army." Vala's voice carried cold fury. "Your own brothers and sisters. For what? To free Silas? To challenge me? To restore order?" Male spat blood that burned like stars. "To end the abomination that dares claim kingship over Dash." The mark blazed crimson as Vala struck again, faster this time. Male's protections shifted desperately, but the dragon had found his rhythm now. Each attack forced another change, another strain, another moment of vulnerability. Male's divine power began to flicker like a dying star. But then something changed. The angel's eyes blazed with borrowed light as he drew on the power of his sacrificed brothers. His form grew larger, brighter, terrible in its borrowed majesty. "You're not the only one who can transform." Male's voice echoed with thousands of dead angels' voices. Divine light poured from Male's wounds like liquid starfire as he rose, his form blazing with the power of countless sacrificed angels. "Look at what you've become," he snarled. "A creature of darkness sitting on creation's throne." Vala's draconic form shifted, darkness coiling around him as the mark pulsed steadily. "Is that what this is about? Your wounded pride? Pride?" Male's laugh carried echoes of his dead brothers. "This is about order, about right. In his absence, you've become creation's default authority. You, a being born of evil, who treats reality itself like clay to be molded." Another clash, their powers making the earth beneath them crack. Male's protections shifted rapidly now, drawing on his borrowed strength. "The universe needs proper guidance." Male continued, divine light burning brighter. "Not some self-proclaimed king who collects souls like trinkets. Once you're gone, I'll remake everything. Restore proper hierarchy." Vala's voice carried dark understanding. "So that's why you needed Silas free. You're not strong enough to seal me alone, even with your brother's power." "The first immortal has his uses," Male admitted, launching another assault. "And unlike you, he understands his place in the proper order of things." The mark blazed as Valley countered, his darkness meeting Male's borrowed light. In what order would that be? Yours? Better mine than yours. Male's wings spread impossibly wide, borrowed power making reality strain. I've watched you for centuries. Watch you bend laws that should be absolute, corrupt souls that should be pure. You're a cancer in creation's flesh. Their powers clashed again, but this time something was different. The mark's crimson light began to eat through Male's divine protections like acid through paper. You speak of order, Vala's voice rumbled with ancient certainty. Of proper authority. Yet here you stand, having murdered your own brothers, allied with Satan himself, all because you cannot bear to kneel before a power greater than your own. Blood continued to paint the crater as they continued their dance of destruction, each blow carrying more power, carrying their wills, order versus power. The universe itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see which vision of creation would prevail. Suddenly, smokeless fire erupted from beneath as Satan bit into Vala's leg. Vala's darkness barely shifted to counter, the attack more an irritation than a genuine threat. Did you forget about me? Satan's hissed. The ground split open as gates to Jinnistan and hell tore through dimensions. Armies of corrupted jinn and demons poured forth, their forms twisted by infernal power. Valley clicked his tongue, the sound oddly human coming from his draconic form. The mark pulsed once as he tore open his own realm. His family emerged first, the originals moving with lethal grace, followed by his children, each carrying different aspects of his power. Elena and Stefan appeared transformed, white light and golden fire coming with them. Damon, Caroline, Tyler, and Bonnie followed, alongside legions of vampires, hybrids, werewolves, and witches loyal to the king. The crater that was once Mystic Falls became a battlefield. Jinn wielding smokeless fire clashed with vampires moving faster than thought. Demons faced werewolves whose savagery matched their corruption. Witches and warlocks painted the air with competing magics. Klaus led a charge of hybrids, their dual magical nature making them particularly effective against Satan's forces. Elijah moved through the battlefield with lethal precision, cutting all to pieces like the wind. As is the elemental power he has authority over, while Cole's knowledge of the weaknesses of the Jinn proved devastating against them with his authority over water. Victoria's healing magic kept their forces fighting, while Roderick's hateful power turned his scars into weapons. The twins moved in perfect sync, cutting through demon ranks like a dance of death. Marcus's illusions made them uncertain, while Cassandra's magic found kindred spirits in the destruction. Above it all, three beings of impossible power continued their own battle: dragon, angel, and devil locked in combat that made the world strain. But even as armies clashed below, Vala's attention remained fixed on Male. Satan was an annoyance, the armies a distraction. The true threat was the angel who dared to attempt to remake creation in his own image. Klaus tore through a line of jinn, their smokeless fire useless against his power. Just like old times, brother. He called to Elijah, who was systematically dismantling a group of demons. Though the company has declined somewhat, Elijah replied, adjusting his cuffs between kills. Above them, Vala's draconic form moved, the mark's crimson light cutting through Male's protections while simultaneously deflecting Satan's attacks. The devil's presence was becoming more irritating and more irritating by the minute, like a gnat buzzing around storm. Elena's white light carved paths through the demon ranks, while Stefan's golden fire turned hellspawned flesh to ash. Father's holding back, Adrian observed from his strategic position, analyzing the battle patterns. He's letting them think they have a chance. Cassandra's dark magic danced with demon fire as she laughed. When doesn't he? Everything's always a lesson with him. The twins moved in perfect sync, their combined power creating zones of absolute death where nothing corrupted could exist. The real question, Diana began, with Dante finishing, is what lesson this is meant to teach. Bonnie, channeling power from both her ancestors and the Bennett line, turned dozens of jinn to stone with a single gesture. Fascinating, Damon commented as he snapped a demon's neck. How family reunions escalate these days. But something was changing in the battle above. Male's borrowed power began to show more and more strain. Using his brother's strength while maintaining multiple protections was taking its toll. Satan, Noticing this, increased his attacks, trying to compensate. The mark pulsed once, and suddenly everyone felt it. That same vast, ancient presence they'd glimpsed before, but stronger now. Building. Valley wasn't just fighting. He was waiting. Something's wrong, Marcus called out, his illusions revealing patterns in the chaos. Satan's attacks, they're not random. They're dash, hurting. Adrian finished, his tactical mind seeing it now. They're trying to position Father for something. The air above crackled with divine energy as Mael's form blazed brighter, drawing deeper on his borrowed power. Satan's armies began to move with more purpose, forming specific configurations across the battlefield. A ritual circle, Bonnie realized, her which senses screaming warnings. They're turning the entire battlefield into dash. Vala's roar cut through her words as chains of pure fiery light suddenly erupted from the ground, formed from heaven and hell's power. Finally, Mael's voice carried triumphant exhaustion. Silas sends his regards. The first immortal's power, combined with heaven's might and hell's corruption, formed bonds that even the marks struggled against. The world itself seemed to crack as ancient magics collided. But then something unexpected happened. Vala laughed. The sound carried such genuine amusement that even Satan paused his assault. "Brother," Klaus called up, recognizing that tone. "Care to share the joke?" "Did you really think," Vala's draconic voice rumbled with dark pleasure, "that I didn't know exactly what you were planning? That every move, every position, every supposed victory wasn't precisely where I needed you to be?" The mark's crimson light spread across the battlefield in precise patterns. Patterns that had been forming since the first clash, hidden beneath the chaos of combat. "You see," Vala's voice carried casual pleasure despite the chains binding him. "While you were so focused on positioning me, you failed to notice how I was positioning you." Mael's borrowed light flickered as understanding dawned. Every retreat, every seemingly defensive move from Vala's forces had been deliberate. The entire battlefield had become a vast sigil, with Heaven's Commander and Hell's Lord as unwitting components. "Impossible," Satan snarled, trying to retreat as crimson light began to rise around him. "The power required to trap beings of our level dash would be immense," Valley agreed pleasantly. "Almost as immense as, say, the combined might of Heaven's sacrificed host, the power you so kindly gathered for me." Mael's wings spread in a desperate attempt to flee, but the mark's light had already begun its work. "You can't possibly control this much divine energy, dash control." Vala's laugh echoed as his draconic form began to shift, the chains shattering like glass. "Who said anything about control?" The mark blazed like a newborn sun as reality itself began to bend around them. All the power Mael had stolen from his brothers, all the corruption Satan had gathered, it was being redirected, reshaped. After all, Vala's voice carried perfect satisfaction as darkness began to spread across the sky. "Someone once told me that proper authority requires proper sacrifice." Before the mark's power could complete its pattern, two figures materialized on the battlefield with impossible speed. Silas's hand plunged into Stefan's chest, while Amara's fingers wrapped around Elena's throat, both drinking deep from their doppelgangers before anyone could react. Stefan and Elena collapsed, their transformed bodies crumbling as their souls fled to Vala's realm. Golden fire and white light extinguished in an instant. My, Silas's voice carried playful arrogance as he stretched. "Almost had them there, didn't you, old friend?" Vala's draconic form shifted slightly, the mark pulsing with something almost like amusement. "Silas, still making dramatic entrances, I see." "Well, you know me," Silas smiled, power rolling off him in waves as Amara took her place beside him. "I'd love a good show, though I must say, your setup was quite impressive. Using their power against them." He slow clapped. "Classic you. And drinking from your doppelgangers? Classic you." Vala's response carried dark entertainment rather than fury, still thinking 3 steps ahead while missing the bigger picture. "Oh." Silas's eyes gleamed as he jumped and punched at Vala, nearly sending the dragon flying in the sky. "And what picture would that be? The one where you bind us all with stolen divine might?" He gestured to Mael and Satan as Vala caught himself. 4 against 1 now, old friend." Care to recalculate your odds? The immortal finished with a grin filled with teeth.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going. Plus, it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.